jab, uppercut, leave you laid out on the floor. Try to duck and roll, hit and miss, now you counting stars. Should've practiced more, should've hit the mask, get out there more. Claim that you're the best. You gotta show me, son. Actions over words, baby boy. Is you real or what? Talking way too much, world come. Back sports, talking way too much, world come. Back sports, talking way too much, world come. Back sports,
WCS back on the boulevard once again. You already know we almost there, shouty. We almost there, shouty. We about to get down to the bottom. We about to get down to the canvas bottom. You know what I'm saying? The nuck if you buck bottom. We're about to get down to it and see who's who. We just waiting for everything to take place, for the weigh-ins and everything. You feel me? Let me get to the first in the building, man. Let's get the first in the building. Shout out to the first in the building. Fistiana Fights on deck. You already know. Salute to the queen herself. Hello, WCS. What's going on, Fistiana? Appreciate you pulling up. You already know what it is. It's fight weekend. Everybody that's on deck in the chat. Big blunts and boxing. Man, we almost there, man. This is what they've been talking about. We almost there. Weigh-ins. It's about to go down one way or the other. It's about to get funky. Yes, sir. It's about to get funky. That's what we waiting on. Hopefully, I'm saying hopefully, everyone is on time. Hopefully, look, they had these people out in the sun baking. Hopefully, everybody is on time. You feel me? So, shout out to IB who I be on deck. You know what I'm saying? Jones on deck, man. The weigh-ins, the inaugural weigh-ins are now upon us. What we've been waiting for. You know what I'm saying? The polls, I don't know how many polls I've seen, but you know, the polls are out there. It's just so many back and forth on, you know, who wins and why. Don't you get tired of hearing that? Who wins and why? Hey, man, we won't know until the first punch is landed and the fight continues, man. Stick 'em boys fishing the sports. What it do, man? Salute WCS. Let's go. Yes, sir, man. Let's go to these weigh-ins. We got to make this official. They say a Tank missed and Ryan made it by 135.6. That shit was fake, though. Man, they do test weights, okay? You know what I'm saying? They do test weights. Man. Tank missed weight down here in the A, bro. Come on. It's not a championship fight. He missed weight down here in the A. And then he lost the weight he was over, man. Come on. They always trying to come talk about, oh, man, so-and-so missed weight. This fight is happening regardless. Just like Teofimo Lopez, George Kambosos. He wasn't filling up the par. It's happening. Too much money being invested to promo this fight. It's going down, yo. It's going down. Boxing Fan Talk, what's good with it? What's good, man? I see you. It was a fake Michael Benson account. Like 600 people didn't recognize it because Twitter removed the blue check. Hey man, you got to be careful. You got to be careful, man. Tank better not miss weight. Not with the rehydration clause for Ryan. I would roast the hell out of Tank. Hey, I wouldn't have nothing to say to you, Fistiana. If you choose to do what you do because Tank missed weight, what is there to be said? Both fighters better come in here and make weight, period. Both fighters better bring what they supposed to bring themselves, their mind, body, and spirit, and step on those scales and level that out. Excuses, man. This is the fight that people want to get hyped about amongst it, something else, but we ain't gonna get on that. But this is the one right here. You know what I'm saying? Official weigh-in, Gervonta Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia, man. Everybody been waiting and waiting and waiting, shouty. Everybody's been waiting for this shit, man. Boxing fans so desperate right now. They need this for their appetite, shouty. They do. They need it for their appetite, man. Look, I hear people continue to say that Ryan Garcia is going to shock the world. Ryan Garcia is going to shock the world. Ryan himself had the audacity to put Muhammad Ali and George Foreman into his conversation. This fight is not about Ali and Foreman. What are you doing? It's not about Ali and Foreman. Stop it. Stop it, man. You can't do that. You can't sit up here, Foreman. You can't do that, man. That's blasphemy. You know what I'm saying? His account should have been restricted right away, man. See, they say it's 6:00 p.m., but once again, they're not on time. I hope Tank is on time today, and I hope Garcia is on time. King Mitch on deck. What's good, man? What's good? The rehydration clause applies to both fighters. Well, I tried to explain that last night, but some people wanted to say I was lying. If you didn't want the fight, you know what I'm saying? All you had to do is just sit, stand down, and when they attempted to hand you the pen, you should have just walked away. That's all you had to do. You didn't have to sign that and let it become official. We ain't talking about that. No, we talking about the fight. Does Ryan Garcia have what it takes to present any type of surprise, man? Does he have any type of fiber in his being, man? Does he have anything that we never seen as far as his IQ to go up here and shock the world? Because we never seen Tank in this situation. I'm standing on my 10, bro. I'm standing on my 10. I say Ryan Garcia does not make it past 6 rounds. He doesn't go further than Rolly, man. He doesn't go further than Rolly. And look, I'm telling you ahead of time. If Ryan Garcia is look, this is what's gonna happen. Ryan Garcia gets touched by either hand, left or the right. He goes down, and he's having a hard time getting up. You know what I'm saying? Like, for example, he's having a hard time getting up, like Chris Algieri and Conor Ben having a hard time getting up. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying the legs just aren't there. He has the Bambi effect going on, right? I'm talking about having a hard time getting up. Like, that's a good one. What's a good one? Have a hard time getting up like Montel Griffin and Roy Jones. You know what I'm saying? When Roy Jones stopped him in the rematch and he was trying to get up and he was just running all over the ring, falling all everywhere. That type. You know what I'm saying? You can guarantee the referee is going to give him that count. The referee is going to give him the Jack Reese special. For real. They're going to give him the Jack Reese special. 1,000, 1,000. Believe me, he's going to get the extended count, y'all. He's going to get the extended count like the referee has a speech impediment. Watch what I tell you. He gets knocked down. He try to get up. He running all over the ring. They're gonna give him the long count, man. They're gonna be focused on Tank, right? Tank, get it in your corner, Tank. The referee gonna walk over to Tank and warn him, hey, get in the corner. And then he gonna look over to the timekeeper. Where am I at? 1. he took 5 minutes. I mean, he took 5 seconds, trying to the man Tank to get in the corner after the knockdown. And then he get with the timekeeper. The timekeeper, he asks what the time is. He stick one finger up there. Just one. You're on 1. You're good. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just see a long count coming. But I've been on record as saying, if Tank catches him clean, I will appraise Rolly's chin better. I appraise Rolly as having a better chin than Ryan Garcia, period. Because Rolly did get up. I mean, Rolly was caught flush. Rolly got up. Rolly got up, bro. Rolly made it to his feet, but he wasn't clear enough. Ryan Garcia, no, his chin's not like that, man. He ain't built like Rolly. I'm telling you, his chin is not like that. His chin is not like that, man. I don't see it going past 6. Gaming on deck, man. What's good? Boxing is unpredictable. Just as the Joe Joyce fans, man, you ain't lied. Didn't that remind you of deja vu when he was fighting Daniel Dubois, Fistiana? Didn't that give you that deja vu feeling? The hair started to raise up. Chill bumps like, am I looking at a rerun? Yeah, I had to go on YouTube and type in Joe Joyce verse. Oh, wow, that wasn't okay. You had to go back there and think to yourself, my mind ain't playing tricks on me, is it? You know what I'm saying? The bar eye was based off a jab, and you say, okay, when he's gonna start moving his head. And then Joe Joyce, the same thing. Pop, 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 pop. The right eye just started disappearing, bro. You can see no white of the eyes anymore. I could tell you this though, too. Them people that was out there waiting all that time, I know they got a pretty good tan, bro. I know they got cooked out there. Seriously, I know they got cooked. I agree. I'd be surprised if Ryan lasts 5 rounds. I expect him to hit the floor at about the 3rd. That's if it's not with politics, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's if it's without politics. Like, this is a perfect fight to get a 2-for-1. This is the perfect fight because a lot of people are behind Ryan Garcia. You know, they want to go against the villain. So they find it much easier when you have Ryan Garcia, who has all these social media followings, to jump on the bandwagon right before the fight. You know what I'm saying? They sent the Ryan Express down there, and man, goddamn, that shit was full to capacity at the station. People hanging off the back of it, on top. You know what I'm saying? It was packed shoulder to shoulder in the Ryan Express cart. People really ride this dang train all the way to the fight, y'all. They feel that a guy who's never given us that type of talent before in his entire career, he's going to go out here and fight one of the most dangerous fighters. And people believe he has all the answers. They believe he can land a left hook when they criticize Wilder every chance they get for being a one-punch fighter. It's okay for Ryan Garcia to have a left hook, but it's not okay for Wilder to have a right hand, a straight right hand. I got it. That's why I say boxing is the schizos of combat sports. Some of you boxing fans are the schizos, for real. Any other fighter? No, they can't box. They only got one hand. But Ryan, oh man, let's just check this out. This hand has been anointed Oh my God. Did you see it? That hand has been anointed. Just look closely, man. It starts to glow. That hand is anointed. They'll tell you everything, man. Mother Teresa has touched his hand. You know what I'm saying? The Pope, every high religious figure you can imagine globally, they're going to get on here and tell you that they're going for Ryan Garcia. Seriously. Your buddy Griffin fell on the referee foot. Like I can't do it. Roy put him out. Man, I'm telling you, man. Montel Griffin was sprinting around that ring, man. Goddamn, Chris Algieri was just tumbling. Like somebody was like, come on, man. Can anybody in the gym emulate Simone Biles? Anybody? That's when Algieri jumped through the ropes. I can. Goddamn Connor swatches it. Pop! Algieri go tumbling all over into the ropes and shit. I said, what the hell is going on with this dude, man? I would say Zab Judah, but I don't want no Zab smoke, man. I'm done. I'm not gonna. I was gonna say Zab Kasazu. I'm gonna leave it alone. Now. I don't want that Zab smoke, man. Zab, Zab, get on the freaking bus and ride all the way down from goddamn Zab. Zab be on some other time, man. Let me see what they're talking about right now. Okay, it looks like it's free on YouTube, right? Showtime, PBC, they got the best, in my opinion. It's some other channels that's out here, but if you look at how crowded this weigh-in is, this is what a fighter dream of, man. Like this is big. They open this weigh-in to the public, y'all. This is big. This is where it's supposed to hype it up like that. This is big. You know what I'm saying? This brings more excitement when you open the weigh-ins to the public. But of course, every fighter, they're not going to open it up to the public because they're just not a big name like that. Okay. Okay. The weigh-ins are underway. You got to get D Block to come to your live after tomorrow. I don't know if that was D Block in the chat cussing me out, man. Look, to be honest, I don't know who D Block is, man. I don't have no problem with D Block, man. But it was somebody in the chat, man. They was going in, dog. I just said D Block, man. Cut it out. Ryan Garcia ain't knocking out no Tank, bro. Cut it out, man. If you in my chat, man, I would drop the link for you and you can talk your shit, bro. We can talk about this, man. If anybody know D Block handle, if he's in the chat, I would drop the link for you, D Block. I got time to Friday. I got time, bro. I have time because the undercard, and nobody ain't really paying attention to the undercard. It's just the main event is what people want to come see. And look at all those people out there. That's what a fighter want to, that's the attraction that they want, man. They want the people to come out like that, bro. But also, but also, they, but also they don't permit all fighters to have a weigh-in like this either. Just think about this. This is Gervonta Davis and Ryan Garcia, a black fighter, Hispanic fighter, a Latino fighter, American Latino, whatever you want to call it. They're the main event, right? But the entire undercard is damn near Latino fighters. I never seen a fight where you had a Latino, like let's just say a black fighter, a black fighter fighting a Latino fighter, and then the whole undercard is black fighters. I never seen that. I might be wrong though. I might be wrong. I know Vito Melnicki. I'll take that back. Vito is not Latino. My apologies, Vito. My apologies, Vito Melnicki. Good dude right there, man. Good dude right there. I interviewed Vito before he was even out of high school, bro. That's real talk. I interviewed Vito before he was out of high school. I talked to his pops over there in San Antonio. Um, he supports Tank Davis heavy. You know, they have a history, man. He support him heavy, man. He used to fight. He used to fight, and come up in the game with them. You wouldn't think that would be the case, but it was, man. They've been around each other for a while. His dad, he don't play either. You got the father son tandems. His dad don't play either, man. His dad got some nuts and bolts missing too, bro. It seems like it's nice and toasty out there. Listen, y'all, this fight going the distance. 2 counter punches, cautious. Don't nobody want to get knocked out and be a meme. This shit going 12 rounds. Unfortunately for big blunts in boxing, I cannot agree with you on this, my brother. Okay? I cannot agree with you on this. I don't think it's going 12 rounds. Not at all. If, like I said earlier, if it goes 12 rounds, I'm thinking they're going to hit us with a rematch. They're going to hit us with a look how many people are here for the weigh-ins. If they can take this to the cards and it's a close fight, they're going to bring us back for a rematch, bro. They're going to hit us in the head with 2 pay-per-view fights, $80+ for the show. And it's going to provide Gervonta and Ryan to make a lucrative amount of money without even fighting for the belts. Do you know that neither one of these fighters are locked in to fight or have any other future obligations following this fight? It's the perfect template. It's the perfect template for a 2-for-1 chicken dinner. They fight tomorrow. If it does go to the scorecards, they're going to hit him up with a rematch. Serious. Because Tank didn't knock him out. I'll take that back. It's not an all Latino undercard. I stand corrected. I digress. It's not an all Latino undercard. It goes the distance. That would look bad on Tank. How can you go the distance with a trash fighter with no skills? I don't see that happen. Well, hey, he ain't a trash fighter. Ryan ain't a trash fighter, man. I know that's your opinion. As brash as it is, I'm not going to say Ryan is a trash fighter. I'm not going to say that. I know that word is basically thrown around like an old styrofoam cup, but I do put him very low. I put him below the boxing IQ threshold of a Gervonta Davis. Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? He can fight. I mean, I'm not impressed with none of his fights. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't impressed with none of them first round knockouts. I ain't impressed with Luke Campbell, Emmanuel Tago. I'm not impressed with goddamn Javier Fortuna at all. But I don't think he's trash though. I don't think he's trash. Because he was able to win a WBC interim title and then duck Devin Haney. He ain't trash, man. If he is trash, he's recyclable. He's on the main event. Don't you think he's recyclable trash? If you saying he's trash, he's on the main event. Does this make him recyclable trash, bro? D-Block is a known hater of Tank. Okay. With D-Block, it sounds good, but you over here trying to convince people that Ryan Garcia is the next coming of. He's the Messiah. He ain't the Messiah, bro. He ain't the Messiah. Stop going on people's channel trying to make it seem like Ryan Garcia is going to give us a performance, a phenomenal performance that we didn't even know that he had. You know what I'm saying? Like he's just been holding it in for the right opposition that was equal to greater than him. No, forget that. Shout out to the OG Bruce Gas, Boxer Jazz, and more on deck, man. Salute. Scotty this way in is a huge event. Yeah, man. Hey, Bruce, they got all them people in there. They opened up to the public. They had it outside, man. They had it outside, bro. It's outside. That's big. It's big, man. It's huge. Shout out to Jimmy Lennon Jr. I was in Newark. I was on a live, and Jimmy Lennon dropped in to put a drink in the refrigerator, and we chopped it up for a bit. Good guy, man. Good guy. Shout out to I Am Cam on deck, man. What's good with the Cam? This would be a great fight up until Tank catches Ryan Flush. I feel you. I feel you. Yes, sir. But some people feel this going the distance that Cam. And being that one half of the apostles is in the building, all I ask Cam, if you could do me a favor, you have disciples like Big Blunts and Boxing who is attempting to go against the blessings God has placed upon us. He has given us Tank Garcia as a sacrifice there, Cam. This is what this fight is. It's a sacrifice. You're not using a lamb. This is not a lamb this time. It is a human being. Ryan Garcia is a sacrificial human. If you can do me a favor, man, from right now until tomorrow, just give a small prayer for Blunts, because he's been a disciple who's just been running amok. You know what I'm saying? He's saying it's going to go 12 rounds. I expect better. I expect better, man. From hardcore fight fans, they know damn well it's not a fight on his resume that can have us up. You know what I'm saying? Energized to say, you know what? This is going to be a 50-50 fight right here. This is not a 50-50 fight, bro. This is not a 50-50 fight. Please pray for him. Please pray. Just pray. That's all. Just lay the hands upon Big Blunts and pray for him and those that think like him leading up to tomorrow night. All right. That's all I need there, Cam. If you could just give a prayer for this guy. It's going to shock everybody. No knockout coming tomorrow. No, man. Don't put the emoji on there. Stand on it, bro. Because the emojis release you a liability. You're going to say, oh, man, I was just joking around. I put the laughing emoji on the end. No, don't put no emojis now. Oh, that was Tank words. Okay, I got you. I got you, Demo. I got you. You know how them texts be. You know how them characters, man. You don't know what the emotion like coming from the words. Unless people come in here putting emoji after emoji after emoji. What they got Mike on deck. Mike is a regular in Vegas anyway. I don't think he's trash, but lacks fundamentals. I agree with that. Tank and Rolly Way, it was outside too, I believe. Yeah. Well, I know the press conference with Tank and Rolly was outside. You know what I'm saying? And you might be right. They might have been outside. You know, Bill's boot camp on deck. Man, it's a lot of people at this fight, man. There's a lot of people at this freaking fight with an undercard like this. Seriously, it's really no heavy hitters on the undercard. And look, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna ask for prayer today. I'm trying not to cuss, But if y'all get on here talking about David Morrell is a big deal, come on, man. Stop it. Stop it. Shout out to Gay Rosado. I'm not trying to disrespect Gay Rosado, but you know, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. The undercard isn't that big, man. Mila Kaziev. That's a cool name, Mila Kaziev. Mila Kaziev. They go Oscar De La Hoya in the background, looking like he's still steaming. He's still steaming mad off what Leonard said. You know what I'm saying? Steaming mad. Shout out Gay Rosado, man. I like Gay Rosado, man. He's a warrior, bro. I ain't gonna lie. It's MMA fighters who has a record like him, and they pretty much tell him, you know, they legends. You know what I'm saying? I done seen them. I consider them with their competition, you know, to be a legend. But in boxing, it's not like that. He got an alien on his back. Damn. He got an alien on his back, bro. I wonder, was he sober when that shit happened? Was it immediately after the fight when he was bleeding? God damn, Shawty. You put an alien on your back, Gabe? Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, I ain't. Hey, boxing fan, right, man. He is old. But still, you know, they keep giving him fights, man. You know, he was in Creed, so he has a portfolio now that says boxer, professional boxer, actor. You know what I'm saying? He has a portfolio, man. He has credentials. But you know what I'm saying? I mean, how long you gonna stay here and keep on losing, man? This fight is going to teach pay-per-view a lesson. 1 million views and under 300K buys. Dang, you know what? I rarely even look, I've rarely heard or seen Bruce even say something like this. What is going on, man? Like, what is in the water? You got Bruce Gas up here thrashing, trashing the fight. Say pay-per-view, a lesson, 1 million views, and under 300K pay-per-view buys. Wow. Look, you know, Bruce, I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't really go against the grain on that because we're not going off the bar that used to be when Floyd was fighting. We have another bar. You know what I'm saying? We have another bar that we have to abide by because that's the way it is. A lot of people are streaming illegally. So, you know, I do agree what you're saying that it's potentially able to do under 300K. I don't know if it is or not, but it has all the potential to do under 300K. You know who's making extremely amount of money this week? Amazon. Man, they was up there getting them fire sticks like it was cool. Hey man, you gonna come over here? You got me. You got me. You gonna program it, man? Hurry up, man. The fight gonna be tomorrow, man. The fight gonna be tomorrow. I told you, man. Hurry up, go here and get this program, man. The fight tomorrow. Hurry up. Shot News, the Sauce Experience, man. AKA Showtime shot on deck, man. Dave Morrell on deck. Ronnie Shields. Was that Ronnie Shields? Look like Ronnie Shields. You know, people can feel the way they feel, but David Morrell to me, he's not a star yet. It's cool that he's on a you know, co-main event, but you know, Team Tucker's on deck. He got more experience than David Morrell. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm just saying. Y'all can throw him on a co-main event over there at the other promotion, the flagship of promotions. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the flagship of promotions, top rank. But you know, PBC, man, they trying to raise this man up. Rosado still look pretty good for having as many miles as he does. Hey, Andrew, they should be keeping it real, Andrew. They should be treating him like they they um they treat Luis Ortiz. They say Luis Ortiz is 66 and a half years old. How old really is David Morrell? Come on, give or take. Give or take, man. I guarantee you David Morrell is only like 4 or 5 years younger than me, man. I'm serious, man. I'm telling you. I know David Morrell older than what he is. 167. 167 three quarters. So the co-main event is official. Now we have to finally get the main event on and see if it's official. Because we have people that was in the chat trying to stir up, like the fight wasn't gonna happen. Trying to make it seem like if a fighter misses weight, this fight didn't happen. No, the main event is going off. Period. They step into the ring. Period, bro. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. They stepping in the ring. It sounds good and all that to put up all these obstacles, these fake obstacles. Look how crowded it is up here, and this is the weigh-in. God damn. I mean, I'm still glad I didn't show up there. You know what I'm saying? But it's crowded out, man. That's good stuff, man. Real talk. I ain't gonna lie. That's good. I like what I see. That's what separates boxers from superstars. There's plenty of boxers in the sport, but do you have superstars that can bring out the people like that? Come on, do we have enough superstars? Bro, look how many people at this weigh-in, bro. You have people up on the deck, you have people on the grounds, you have people sitting on the floor seats. God damn. Hey, in the first 10 minutes, you can tell the black people from the white people from the Latinos. But everybody look black after this weigh-in. For real. Everybody gonna be looking like they black. They're gonna say, damn, there's a lot of black people in the audience for the weigh-in. No. No, that's not exactly true. It was just a tan. It was toasty. It was hot. We was cooking out there. That's what that was. We was cooking. I need to go get some sunscreen. Well, you don't supposed to get sunscreen after you get burnt the fuck up. You supposed to have that on before you hit the sun. I didn't know we was gonna be out there that long. I'm thirsty, dehydrated. I probably won't make it to the fight. Who cares? You're not fighting. You're not the main event. You're not the prelims. Who cares? Watch it from your room, like some of those YouTubers do. Cover the fight from your room. Alexander on deck. What's good? The card is weak. Tank DC on the card was way better. Yeah, I agree. Let's see. Ryan Garcia was up here talking about Tank looks small. You know what I'm saying? And everything. You know? Okay, Ryan Garcia is up first. Let's see if he's able to make this weight. He doesn't look bad at all for complaining as much as he was, for all the bitching and moaning. You know what I'm saying? All the crying. He doesn't look dried out. You know what I'm saying? Like, he doesn't give me that look. Like when I saw Devin Haney in Australia, he looked dried out. I saw Shakur Stevenson when he missed weight, against Hobson Consasio. He looked dried out. He did. But Ryan doing all this crying about rehydration clause, I'm telling you, he was just bitching for no reason, man. Gervonta Davis just came on stage. So both fighters are on deck. Ryan does not look like he's weak and dried up. You know what I'm saying? Why complain about it, bro? Why complain about it? Hey, make sure his makeup is right. Do some finishing touches. Put that blush on there because that sunshine might hit that nose. You know what I'm saying? You don't want no glare when the pitch is going, when the cameras are popping. Ryan is up here taking off a necklace, y'all. He on his diva shit, man. Come on, bro. Okay, Ryan on the scales. He still looks full. 135, and he doesn't even look dried out. 135, he doesn't look dried out or nothing. So he was capping the entire time, like Ryan Lion Garcia loves doing. He's up here complaining about damn, rehydration clauses, and he still looks full on the scale, just like he still fights at lightweight. Ryan Lion Garcia, I swear, man. Tank look good too right now. He don't look dried out or nothing. 135 Tank Davis. It's official, people. It's official. Now, goddamn, move the fuck out the way. Let them freaking face off, and let's get the real deal. You know what I'm saying? We don't need somebody standing in between them. We don't need security. Goddamn, this the lightweight fucking division, y'all. Y'all don't do that shit with the heavyweights. Y'all don't do that shit with the heavyweights. Y'all do it with the lightweights. Come on, man. Let these dudes face off. Let them talk their shit, man. Y'all wasn't doing this for the super middleweights. Let them talk their shit, man. For real, let them talk their shit. Y'all didn't do that for welterweights. Let me see how many people gonna keep them apart. They didn't do that shit for Canelo and Caleb Plant, man. They let them face off. Gervonta said, "Don't get in between them." That's what I'm talking about, Tank. That's what I'm talking about, Tank. Yeah. He told him to move out the way. He told him to move out the way. He said, "We good." Yeah, talk y'all shit, man. Talk y'all shit. Talk y'all shit. That's Bernard Hopkins. B-Hop telling them don't touch him. B-Hop in the mix. Oh, there it is. Finally it happened. We got a little Gamboa. Man, they acting like they heavyweights, man. Hey, shout out to Tank. That's vintage Tank Davis, dog. That's vintage Tank. The same shit happened down here in the A. It's vintage Tank. Look at the chaos, dog. That's vintage Tank, dog. He did it with Gabor. He did it with plenty of fighters, bro. He did it with Hector Garcia slightly. You know what I'm saying? That's vintage Tank right there, bro. This is lightweights and people going crazy. Oh my God, somebody nearly died. No, that's the way a face-off should be. Tank told that dude, don't get in between us, man. We good. Let us face off. Don't get in between us. I like that. I like that. I like that. Let me see what Ryan got to say. Of course you feel good. Of course you feel good. Ryan Garcia, for all of you freaking haters and, these Ryan Garcia bitch riders, right? The man said he had breakfast this morning. He was good. He wasn't freaking complaining about no weight cut. The man, hey, he didn't look dried out. None of that shit. But y'all up here bitching and moaning, talking about, oh man, it's a disadvantage. Imagine when he does put on the 10 pounds. Ryan's gonna be just fine the way he was, period. Just think about that, y'all. Gervonta Davis from Baltimore bringing all these people out, and he does not have the titles, y'all. He does not have the titles, and he's bringing the fans out to the weigh-in. Forget the fight. He bringing them out to the weigh-ins, y'all. He said, focus on the fight. Don't get no popcorn. Don't get anything. Shout out to Sam Watson and all the crew. Shout out to Brandon Marcus, who, Brandon Marcus Watson. You know what I'm saying? What y'all get from that? What y'all get from that? I got to drop the motherfucking link, man. I'm starting to goddamn lose my goddamn tact. Because Ryan Garcia, when I gave him the name the first time, it was for real. And still this time too, man. Ryan Garcia, bro. He made such a big thing about the weight cut. And he made that shit. He made that shit perfectly. He made it perfectly, man. He weighed 135, bro. 135. That means he probably won't even be nowhere close to the weight that he was complaining about come tomorrow. Seriously, man. This is what I'm saying. All this promo shit to whine and try to make another fighter look bad on the rehydration, and you made the weight fine. You made the weight fine. You say you got up this morning and ate, but yet you was on a podcast talking about how contractually you can only drink water and eat a certain amount of time, and then you told somebody, "Oh, I was just playing." No, you weren't playing, man. You really wanted somebody to believe that. Yeah, man. And you said Tank with the titty grab. Damn. He said the word titty grab. Hey, man, that's vintage Tank, man. He always gonna give you something. He pushed Rolly ass off stage. Come on, man. He always doing something, dog. He always doing something, man. He knows how to set the weigh-ins off, man. He showed up over an hour late to freaking Gamboa weigh-in down here. It's packed. The club, the compound, it was packed. It was packed up in there, right? He comes in there. He looks, like he always do. Weigh in. He misses weight by a pound, a 0.5 or something like that, 0.1, whatever. He missed it. I don't think it's a full pound. And then they have a face off. It's already, it's some tension in there. You know what I'm saying? People are already a bit on edge because he's late already. You got a lot of black people just been sitting around, you know what I'm saying, talking. You know what I'm saying? Coming in there already, done hit it. You know what I'm saying? Already done had the drink. Throwing them shots back in the car. Yep. And then Tank Davis pushes Gamboa. All hell breaks loose. All hell breaks loose, man. Ryan was trying to make sure Tom Brown got his ass in the middle. He was scared. Hey, man, I like what Tank did, though. He said, no. Man, don't get in between us like that. Let us face off. Let us talk our shit. And he right, man. They got to sell the fight. They need Bruce already on record is saying it's gonna do under 300K. I think word has already gotten back, man. Bruce, of all people, I never heard Bruce even say anything like that. He said it does under 300K. And look, we can't really say it's impossible for him to be right because we seen Deontay come in like 70 some K or whatever. And then that was the Caleb Plant and David Benavidez that came in lower than what people expected. So we just can't we can't continue to reach out and grab, you know what I'm saying, the high ticket fights back in the day when things were a bit different back then. The whole, you know, streaming format, the pay-per-view format was different. So them numbers that Floyd put up is quite different when you have fire sticks and you have alternate measures on how people are going to watch the fight. And then you hear about the networks. The networks are saying that the fans are pirating the fight, right? Pirating the fight. So if that's the case, which it is, and it's pretty much out of control, even on the YTC. You know what I'm saying? People rather save their money. They want you to give them super chats. They rather save their money. They don't want to spend the money that you support the channel and spend it on the pay-per-view. They don't want to do that. Yeah, who's this? What's good?
Good, man. It's Athletic Mind.
Salute to you, brother.
What's good, man? Thank you for going live too, man. Appreciate the content, bro.
Hey, I appreciate you, man. Real talk. I don't think I've seen you on here before. This your first time over here?
Yeah, it's my first time over here. Yeah,
okay.
I actually know you through Q to God for sure.
Okay, for sure, man. Shout out to Q to God, Lost Out of Boxing on deck. So, what you got to say about this, man? You know, from what you know already with the Tank and Ryan Garcia situation, you know, what's your take on the main event? You know what I'm saying? Give me your take first on Tank Davis. Do you believe he's a superstar yet?
I think Tank is a star, but I think we got to distinguish the two from superstar and star. I think it's a difference. Like when I look at Oscar De La Hoya and Floyd, you know what I'm saying? Those being the most recent, and Pacquiao, those being the most recent guys, you know, that, you know, walked away from the sport a few years ago. You know, I think those are superstars. You know what I'm saying? Tank is a star. I think he's on his way to being a superstar, right? But maybe he is a superstar. Maybe it's just a tad bit watered down because of this generation, you know, accepting less. You know what I'm saying? Instead of looking at fighters and holding them to a higher standard, you know? You know, maybe he is a superstar to a lot of other people, but to me, nah, not yet. I don't think he's a superstar, but I think he's well on his way.
I just look at what he's been able to do with bringing people out because this is a front loaded weigh-in, and majority of those who are there, you know, considerably, they was able to afford to be in Vegas. First of all,
right.
I would say when it comes down to resumes, yeah, Tank has more on the resume, but in this era of boxing, Ryan Garcia has to be acknowledged for his popularity in the sport of boxing. You know, popularity outweighs his accomplishments in the sport of boxing so far. So what do you think about Ryan's chances tomorrow night?
That's the tricky one right there. I don't know. Like I'm gonna say this. It all depends on if Tank, because I think Tank is the superior fighter. All due respect. I think that a lot of times Tank does fight down to levels opposition. If he does that, that will give Ryan a better chance to possibly upset him. But if Tank goes in there, stays focused, sticks to his game plan to the T, I think this should be fairly, I hate to say it, but fairly easy, bro. Because Ryan Garcia, right? We look at him. Ryan Garcia has all the talent in the world. He has the talent to beat Tank, but it's gonna take more than talent to beat Tank. You're gonna have to take IQ. You're gonna have to be smart in there. You can't get complacent. You can't be predictable. So it's a lot that Ryan will have on his mind to beat this man. You know what I'm saying? So it all depends on if Tank fights down to levels opposition. That's the only chance I really give Ryan, really.
That's what's up, man. Well said. He said it's gonna take IQ and the cons to it. He can't get complacent or predictable. And yes, sir, that is very, very important, especially for Ryan Garcia tomorrow, because Tank is a hunter.
Right.
Tank is the hunter. For real. He hunts very well, man. So
And
when they
also,
told you,
right.
go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, and also I heard Teddy Atlas say something that was really smart as well. He said Ryan has to start fast, and once he has a comfortable lead, he needs to really start just mixing it up and give Tank different looks, because we know late in the fights where Tank really starts to get his rhythm down, start to figure out the distance, the timing. You know what I'm saying? We know Ryan doesn't have the best head movement or anything of that nature. His defense is not really something he rely on. He rely on his offense a lot. So that's going to take a toll on Ryan as well. It's just going to be mentally draining for him, I think.
I believe he has to be extremely strong this entire fight. Hey, one thing about fighters starting off very, very quickly, they have to sustain that engine.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? They have to sustain that engine. And if he isn't able to hurt or gain any respect early on from Tank Davis, it's going to be a problem. Tank is going to do him just like he did Leo Santa Cruz. He's going to continue to step and stay in front of him and allow him to keep on trying to be the counter puncher and up his work rate more and more and more until Ryan slows down and potentially drop the wrong hand and get touched on the chin. Joe Goosen may have worked a miracle in fight camp this time. For real, because the last time I seen him with Emmanuel Targo, he was still had his chin up in the air. He was still, throwing combinations with his chin in the air, bro.
Yep. And in his last fight, you could kind of see he attempted to use the jab, look really sharp, really effective, and he attempted to keep his chin down. You know what I'm saying? But every time he pulls back, though, he lifts his chin up in the air. I don't know, man.
You talking about when he fought Cookie Dough, freaking chocolate chip man himself, Michelin, Javier Fortuna?
Yep, and that was
Wasn't even in shape.
Yeah, that was egregious, bro. That was so egregious.
I mean, they gave Javier a check. I feel him. They gave Javier a check. I know shit was up when they was exchanging caps, at the weigh-in, all them, fun pleasantries and all that shit, bro.
Yeah, that was.
Hey, Q, I saw you. I saw you come in the background, man. You dipped out, man. Anybody want to hit the link, you can. So they said that whoever wins this fight is the face of boxing. I like your take on that, man. What's your take on that?
I think as far as when they say face of boxing, sometimes people get it, confused. They can get the best fighter in the world. They get that mixed up with the face of boxing, right? And I think it's two different things. Now, if you are both, now that's a rarity. You know what I'm saying? Floyd was both. You know what I'm saying? He was both. Muhammad Ali was both. You know what I'm saying? Mike Tyson at one point was both.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So it's a rarity that you get that. I think Tank, whoever wins this fight, I think they will be the face of boxing. Sadly, you know what I'm saying? I think they will, although they don't have the broad resume that the best fighter in the world has. You know what I'm saying? They just are the most recognizable at this point in time. This fight is drawing a lot of attention, right? And after whoever wins this fight, discussions are gonna be had. Oh, this guy's that guy. He's the guy. He's the best guy. You know what I'm saying? He's the guy I want to see every single time. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be that after this, because this is a spectacle. A lot of people gonna want to be a part of this again. You know what I'm saying? Look how much people going out there, man. This is crazy. I think this fight is probably gonna do better than Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence. They waited that out so long. You know what I'm saying? I think this fight I think it will. I think it will. I think it will.
Hey, man. I'm just, I'm just keeping the energy positive for fight week and all that, because I'm trying not to saturate it with any type of Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford. Well, no, I'm just saying it's boxing talk though, right? It's boxing talk though. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah, I know a lot of people like
this
that.
is where I disagree.
Yeah.
I disagree with you on the face of boxing, because how can somebody like Ryan Garcia provide Tank Davis with any more value than what he already has if his resume says that it's basic? You know what I'm saying? He has a simplistic resume with the names on there not standing up. He doesn't have any gems. He doesn't have any, names that are top tier fighters that people say, oh man, okay, he beat him. We didn't see that coming. I don't
Right.
see Ryan Garcia's resume with fighters who are equal to greater than he is. Who on there is
Right.
supposed to have equal to greater skills than Ryan Garcia? Outside what, Luke Campbell, Lomachenko. But my point is, I just don't see how Gervonta can be the face of boxing off the neck of Ryan Garcia. He knocks him out. How does he be the face? How does that put him past Canelo?
No, what I'm saying is, right. You see, it's tricky. Like this has been asking me a bunch of times, and it's really hard to really nail and explain. But I'm not talking about as far as resumes. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not talking because we know Ryan's resume is really not good. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about as far as that. I'm talking about as far as what this fight is, the monster that it could potentially be, and we look and we seeing how much odds it's attracting, right? I'm saying
Yeah.
whoever wins this fight, there's a lot of casual fans in boxing. Let's just say it's a lot of casuals, right? And casuals, for some reason, they're powerful. You know what I'm saying? And I think the discussions are if Gervonta Davis or beats Ryan or vice versa, right? They're that guy, And with Canelo Alvarez, it's a lot of people that I know that don't know Canelo Alvarez, right? And then I asked them, do they know Tank or do they know Ryan? And they do. And that's the sad reality, right? Although Canelo is a pay-per-view star, unquestioned, but he has an entire country, funding his success. You know what I'm saying? As far as viewership and all of that, not saying that a lot of people in the U.S.
Who,
don't know because
Ryan?
Floyd Mayweather. No, Canelo Alvarez. Yeah,
Oh yeah,
not
yeah,
saying
yeah.
that a lot of people in the U.S. don't know Canelo Alvarez because he fought Floyd Mayweather, so that helped him a lot as well. You know what I'm saying? But I think
Right.
more so on his countryside, those are the people really looking for his fights, especially a lot of Mexican Americans who live in the U.S. You know?
And see, for that fact you just mentioned about a country funding him, that's why it's hard for me to say either one of these fighters are the face of boxing
Right.
based off, especially Gervonta, who's building up his pay-per-view status. He beating Ryan Garcia doesn't do it for me. That's
Mhm.
all. We don't have black fighters who has a country behind them. They have
Mhm.
boxing fans, but black fighters more often wears the colors of a Latino fighter. You know what I'm saying? We don't have the culture like that. We don't have something that we can wear the African colors. We
Right.
can't do that. But shout out to Bruce Gas, man. You know what I'm saying? How you doing, OG? What's good?
What's up, Scotty? How you doing? Athletic Minds, how you doing, brother?
Salute, man. Salute, OG.
I'm good. What's good, OG? How you feeling today, man?
Uh, Getting very, very excited for this fight, bro. Very, very, very psyched up, man. The countdown is on, bro. The weigh-in, it lacked a little drama, but man, it was packed. It looked like a freaking rock and roll concert. It looked like there were 40, 50, 60 people deep in that pit. But
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Oh yeah.
I'm looking forward to a great fight. And what I was saying before is, man, about the pay per view thing. I just think the pay per view format is passe. It worked in the '90s, it worked in the early 2000s, but now we're in a different technology, a different age. We're in the age of the internet. People know how to stream these fights. I think boxing needs to find sponsorship, go to a grassroots thing. I mean, like look at other sports where they have sponsors where they're getting millions of dollars for a commercial between like a Super Bowl, for instance. But there's not that this is on par with the Super Bowl, but it's a beginning. If we can create a fan base with this fight, and then we got the Lomachenko and Haney fight coming up, and build on that and keep them going, and then I think boxing is on the right track again, because these are all awesome fights. I mean, better fights than we've seen in the past several months. And
Can I interject right quick, Bruce? I just want to ask you something. What you just mentioned about the Super Bowl, I agree, man. It'll be cool if we can have an entity like the NFL is a league. You know what I'm saying? The NBA and all these other sports that have these sponsorships, right? But unfortunately for boxing, it's an unregulated sport, which it doesn't move as a single entity when you're talking about sponsorships. Like it'll have to be promoters. I mean, promotions that get the sponsorships for these fighters. And how long are the fighters going to be able to hold these sponsorships? Let's just say they get sponsored, and then they lose a couple of fights, and the promotion let them go. Do they lose their sponsorship? You know what I'm saying? Because athletes, because athletes, if they lose a game, they don't lose their sponsorship.
Well, it's not so much sponsoring the individual athlete as it is on sponsoring the event, where the participating athletes get paid through the sponsorship, and as they progress, they stick with it, and they make continuous paydays. You know, and boxing should be a competitive sport. It should be only the cream that goes to the top. And then I think it's got to change the whole perception amongst the fans, because you know we want to see action fights. We want to know who the winner is, and we want to see the winner. We want to see the winner progress and keep progressing, not the inactivity like we're getting today, not these ridiculous pay-per-views. I mean, boxing's gotta get itself to where it once was, man. You know, at one time, the heavyweight champ of the world was the baddest man on the planet. I mean, going way back to the days, you know, to Joe Louis, to Liston, to Marciano, to Cassius Clay, Frazier, Foreman, all those guys. People paid to see them, and they paid to see them by sponsoring the fighters through the products. I mean, Budweiser in boxing was hand in hand throughout the 90s, the 2000s. You know, you felt. I felt bad for boxing if I didn't go out and buy Budweiser. If I was in the bar every night and it was Budweiser, and because I was a boxing fan, and that's how we supported boxing. Bro, I can't buy a fight for $80 every month. That's just not in my realm. I don't think it's in a lot of people's realm. And to be honest with you, bro, Scott, you know I hang around with a lot of retired boxers, a lot of legends. Yeah. Mm-hmm. All these motherfuckers are streaming the fight, bro. That's how things have gotten, man. You know.
Hey, Bruce, I was gonna say too. Speaking of Bud Light, you know, Teofimo Lopez is one of the only fighters that's sponsored by Bud Light. And just to caveat off what you said, if Teo, who has been, you know, undisputed in one freaking division, you know, it's up for debate. It's up for debate. Okay, I had to throw that in there. Okay, so you know, if he was able to be sponsored by Bud Light, then why isn't other fighters? Because back in the day, like you said, they was able to sponsor events. Now we have a fighter that's sponsored by Bud Light. What happened?
Well, you know, I think we have to go back to the all for one and one for all kind of mentality with boxing. Right now, it's too much tribalism in the promotions, and they don't want to work outside their promotion, and it's a mess, bro. I think it has to get back to the grassroots. You know, boxing has to be reorganized. So yeah, it is a mess, man. You know, everybody's an independent contractor. Everybody's looking for their own sponsors. Look at Ryan. Ryan's got Gatorade and Hennessy riding them. Mm-hmm. I don't know if Gatorade and Hennessy are going to want to lose Saturday night. That's why it's correct. This fight right here. If it goes to the scorecards, it's going to be it could be a questionable decision, man. You know, it could definitely be. I could see it. I think Las Vegas loves Ryan Garcia right now.
I said earlier, I think he's gonna get that super duper long count if he gets knocked down and go stumbling across the ring. You know, they're gonna give him the super long count, the Jack Reese special. You know what I'm saying? Because I believe they're trying to, if it goes to the scorecards, they're gonna hit us with a rematch. You know, they're gonna hit it with a rematch. You know, this is a fight without the belts. It doesn't have anything to do with the belts. And this is the crazy part about being able to get this much exposure and you don't have the belts, man.
Yeah, you don't see a fight with this much pop with no titles at stake. That's very, very unusual. And that's almost the way it should be. I mean, we're almost thumbing our noses up to the alphabet organizations. We don't need them to tell us who the best fighter in the division is.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
You know, Larry Holmes was never a unified or an undisputed heavyweight champion. He never had more than one belt, and when he did, he dropped the WBC because it was a pain in the ass. He didn't want to pay sanctioning fees, and the IBF they gave him their first inaugural belt. So that, you know, this is what I grew up with. This is how I saw the value of belts. To me, it's the fighter who who the organizations want to crown as their champion, not the other way around. That's the way boxing should be. That's the way the purists look at it, bro.
What do you guys think? What do you guys think when they say the belts don't matter, but I think they should say the belts aren't everything. That's what should be said. Not the belts don't matter, because the belts do matter. They matter to a fighter's legacy, I think.
I think they do too, but I don't think fighters should have to jump through hoops and follow these crazy these rules and regulations that the organizations put out, as the mandatory contenders. And I mean, you look at their top 10, and it's almost like who is this guy? Who is he for? How did he get rated in there? I mean, it's ridiculous. It would be nice if there was a centralized ratings organization, but belts do matter. But there's 4 belts per division, which is how much can a belt matter if it's like that? You have to get all the belts. You have to be an undisputed to make a belt matter. You have to dominate your division. That's what differentiates the run of the mill fighter today who just picks up a belt to a real champion.
Yeah, I think I just don't like that narrative that they're trying to spin. The belts don't matter with a certain fighter got it. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Like,
yeah, but when they start to manufacture belts, that's when they lose their prestige.
Yeah, it's so many belts now too. I think Mauricio Suleiman.
I mean, that's been a topic.
Yeah.
That's been a topic over and over again, about saturation of the belts. But I always tell them, they get mad that Gervonta has had 2 WBA regular belts titles, but you have to point the finger at boxing and the sanctioning bodies. So ask the WBA for putting the belt out there. We got to blame Mauricio Suleiman for putting these belts out there. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he put the franchise belt out there. Is it still out there? Yes, it's still out there. I mean, we can't blame the fighter for giving himself access to a belt and becoming a world champion. Boxing allowed that to happen.
Yeah, the constant moving of the goalposts and moving the criteria in Mauricio Suleiman's,
Just think about how much pull Mauricio has, though. How much pull his father had, and how much pull that carried over to him taking over. Like, man, who's gonna tell Mauricio what to do? Who does he answer to? His governing body? Please.
Although you just mentioned a father to son, the nepotism involved there is ridiculous. Yeah, and it's the same with the WBA. The WBA is the same way. People say the IBF, go with them. I mean, check out the IBF. That was started by Bob Lee Sr., who left the WBA, who ended up going to jail, doing federal time for accepting bribes from Bob Arum, who turned a rat so he wouldn't have to fucking do any time. But all those organizations, they're so crooked, but we're morons. We follow. They dictate rules, and we say yes, boss, we'll do that. He doesn't have to defend his title for 2 years, but we're going to still recognize Jamal Charlo as the top middleweight into the organization. I mean, come on.
And they're all under the same umbrella, though, promotional umbrella. They all under the same umbrella. You know what I'm saying? So Al Heyman does have pull in boxing, because 3 of his big names, from Errol Spence to Jamel and Jamal Charlo, they all went out with injuries, man. Holding on the title, especially Jamel. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit is wild. You know what I'm saying? Like, who that's what we need, a freaking president, and we need a single commission, approving authority, commission. We need boxing to come together as one, which is impossible at the time. You know what I'm saying?
That's what it seems. It's impossible. So that's why I just play it like a, like a rebel, man. You give it to me, I'm going to watch it. I'm not going to argue about it, because it just doesn't seem like it's ever going to change. And right now they have a great opportunity to change, especially at the lightweight division, where we just had the 4 kings recently. Now you got almost all of them fighting each other, and then you got the 140 pounders too. I mean, you got that great fight coming within a few weeks too. The Teofimo and
Josh Taylor. Josh Taylor.
Right. So I mean, this is a big time for that weight division. All they have to do is get their heads on straight. Winners start challenging winners set these fights up as soon as they can do it, and keep boxing alive, keep the fans' interest. With all this inactivity, we forget fast. I mean, half the people out there, they don't even know who Mal Charlo is anymore. They have no clue
True.
he's a
True. You know, the YTC knows who he is because he's always coming on here, acting like a clown. But I mean, for him to go through what he's going through right now, from what I heard, somebody dropped this to me that him and Demetrius Andrade was on the phone for an hour, talking about a potential fight between them. You know what I'm saying? A fighter that he's held a grudge against for almost a decade, man, all over some type of business, you know what I'm saying, miscommunication or whatever the dealings was with Demetrius Andrade. So supposedly they've been on the phone talking about a potential fight. That's crazy. Why did it take so long anyway? And what do y'all think about two previously undisputed fighters in Teofimo Lopez and Josh Taylor fighting in the Hulu Theater? What's y'all take on that?
Well, I think Teo fighting a former undisputed champion is a good thing for his career. You know what I'm saying? I think I'm really surprised by that, and I think if he is to beat Josh Taylor, bro, the guys that he has these rivalries with, Tank, Devin, Shakur, I don't think none of those guys have any room to talk, because that would be two former pound for pound fighters he beat, Lomachenko and Josh Taylor, in less than 3 years or more after becoming a world champion.
But he too was on the pound for pound list.
Yeah.
Teofimo Lopez was on the pound for pound list.
Yeah, I know. I didn't say he wasn't.
I'm just saying he should be acknowledged that he was on the pound for pound list and also being an undisputed. What takes him from being an undisputed?
Nah, he wasn't undisputed.
I'm just saying. I mean, I popped the question back out there. Why isn't T.O.'s going to be considered undisputed?
I mean, hey, I've been through this. I've been through this combo so many times.
I'll just ask a question. You don't have to be in length. You know what I'm saying? Just
All
look. This is why I'm asking you this, because Mauricio
Right.
Suleiman pretty much does what he want to do.
Right.
He created a franchise belt to appease who? Canelo Alvarez.
Right.
Canelo used it for his benefit, and then came along for Vasyl Lomachenko. He used it for his benefit because after he beat Luke Campbell, he said, "You know what? I don't want to fight the rest of the year, and I don't want to fight Devin. He's not a big name. I want to fight Teofimo Lopez. He's a bigger name." So he petitioned for the franchise, gets it, and this fantasy WBC tournament that they was gonna have was over before it started, because Tio was told to redirect to the IBF, where he went in there and fought Masayoshi Nakatani, who was ranked higher than him in the IBF, and then that was a title eliminator. They fought. He fought Richard Comey, and then fought Lomachenko. So,
Right.
if you're gonna look at it like Lomachenko was able to have this belt, and then Mauricio, like you said earlier, changing up the criteria, he allowed Tio to petition for the franchise belt. You have to put the franchise in the equation. Maybe not across the board like the 4-belt era, but Mauricio allowed that belt to have superiority over Devin Haney's belt when he has WBC belts out there, super titles still existing in other divisions. But for the lightweight division, that's where the most play was given to the franchise belt. So you have to, I'm not saying you have to, I just acknowledge Mauricio Suleiman allowing Teofimo to have a belt that he himself said has superiority over the belt that Devin had.
Right. I'm gonna say I'm just sticking to what has been what can I say? Right, because he's only now, after so many years of the WBC Super Champion being the prestigious belt, after so many years, he finally decides, okay, yeah, this is what it is, and then he constantly moves the goalpost. I'm just going off of what the WBC Super Champion is, right? When I go on ESPN and look up the boxing champions, right, and I seen Teofimo had every belt except for the WBC, and right down below you see WBC franchise belt. You know what I'm saying? It's not even in big bold letters or nothing. You know what I'm saying? Just showing, not that it's not important, but showing that it's not on the level of the WBC Super Champion, right? And why I say he wasn't undisputed is because and I hate to keep repeating this, but Lomachenko, Devin Haney was mandatory. He chose to fight
No, he
Teofimo
wasn't.
Lopez to unify.
That's not true. He wasn't
Well,
mandatory. No, he
so
wasn't.
what was he then?
They never fought for a title eliminator. Him and Zayu Abdulayev never fought for a title eliminator. They fought for what? An interim title. If they would have fought for a title eliminator, they would have fought Lomachenko next. But they wasn't scheduled to fight for a title eliminator. They fought for an interim title.
So Devin's lying then.
I'm telling you the facts, bro. It don't have nothing to do. It don't have nothing to do with what Devin is saying. I'm telling you that they fought. Devin Haney and Abdulayev fought for what? An interim title. It wasn't a title eliminator like Tio fought when he fought Masayoshi Nakatani. He fought for a title eliminator, and they got Richard Comey.
Okay, so then, all right, okay. So then, why did Devin Haney become WBC champion then?
If you look at Barbershop Conversation, they had Rick Glacier on there with Bill Haney, and Rick Glacier pretty much put it out there that it was an agreement made between Team Haney and the WBC or some guy over there. He wouldn't disclose the name, but this was a live stream. Barbershop Conversations had Rick Glacier and Bill Haney on at the same time. And Rick Glacier put this information out there while Bill Haney was right there. And he said, Bill Haney knows what I'm talking about. They made an agreement for Devin to get that WBC title. They made an agreement. So when the franchise was given to Lomachenko to move on to fight Tio, Rick Glacier put it out there like Bill Haney them knew everything that was going on with the WBC title. The live is still up. He did not say anything. Bill Haney didn't say anything, bro.
I'm going off of what Devin said, that he was the mandatory, you know what I'm saying, and that he was supposed to fight Lomachenko, didn't happen. Lomachenko decided to fight Teofimo Lopez. He was upgraded the franchise champion or whatever the case may be, and Devin miraculously became WBC champion out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Not being the mandatory, nothing. He just became that, I guess. Right? I'm going up for that.
He had the interim title though.
When him and Tio fought, it was said after Tio beat him that he was undisputed, whatever case may be. And I'm just not subscribing to that. I'm not subscribing to that.
I mean, it's not a subscription that you have to.
The only over there on Top Rankings, they was calling him undisputed. Nobody else would recognize him as undisputed. If
a few times ESPN did recognize him as undisputed.
If there's a dispute, how could he be undisputed though?
It's a dispute across the board because all sanctioned bodies has to agree to it. But ESPN is on record as I got a screenshot. Look, I got a screenshot of how they was dispute, once, how could you how they was once upon a time providing Tio with the title of undisputed. You know what I'm saying? They was providing him the title with undisputed. They were. You know what I'm saying? But Devin Haney wasn't the mandatory to Teofimo Lopez. He had the interim title. They gave him the WBC. They gave Devin the WBC title after an agreement was made with whatever they made the agreement. And then Lomachenko went on to fight Teofimo Lopez.
I'm just saying, bro. I just don't get how he can be undisputed if there's a dispute. There's no dispute. Devin Haney is the undisputed champion.
Correct. I agree. There's no dispute.
And wasn't the franchise belt supposedly never being able to be won in the ring and never being able to be lost in the ring too?
Exactly.
Well, initially the criteria that was placed with that was that the recipient who gets it can never lose it. And then Mauricio found out how stupid that was, and he ended up changing the criteria, which allowed someone who was challenging the fighter to be able to petition for the franchise belt in a fight.
Ridiculous, man. It's almost like
it is.
It's almost like the commissioner of baseball saying, the Red Sox and the Yankees only have to play each other at the end of the season. They don't have to travel. They don't have to play each other. And that's like, I mean, dude, but you go to New York today and we're a Red Sox cap, and you're gonna get some shit from somebody. And it should be like that with boxing, man. You go into Canelo territory wearing a fucking a Charlo shirt, you should. I mean, there should be that rivalry built in. But until they let these fights happen, until boxing becomes more mainstream, it's going to stay like that. People are going to do what these organizations tell them to do, which is ridiculous. We're boxing fans and we put up with it. But this is why I bite my tongue, and I'm not like my brother Coach Malachi. I'm sticking with the weed. It's the only thing that keeps me sane.
I hear you, bro. Hey, don't bite your tongue, Bruce, because you say a lot of things that you've learned over time. You know what I'm saying, that you can give us a reflection back in the day. You know what I'm saying? You can give us that reflection. A lot of people can talk about that reflection back in, where the greats used to do it back in the day, but they don't have the experience. They don't have contact with the individuals. You know what I'm saying? I don't have contact with a lot of individuals, but you have contact to speak it. You know what I'm saying? To have an understanding of certain things that went on back there in boxing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we hear rumors about the stuff, but you actually speak to people who, you was back there. You speak to the people that actually competed. You know what I'm saying? That's a window right there, information.
I'm blessed. I still have my marbles.
Yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there soon.
Going back
I'm
there.
Gonna be there soon, man.
I couldn't imagine Marvin Hagler acting like Maul Charlo. The fans couldn't imagine that. Holding up that title for 2 years, it would be unheard of, bro.
Two different individuals, man.
And two different eras of fight fans too. Today we accept that. Back then, it would never happen. We wouldn't have accepted it, and they respected fans more back then than they do today. Today, boxing is run by lawyers and corporations, and I mean, even
don't you feel it's a little finessing going on from over there at PBC to allow these sanctioning bodies to be hush? You know what I'm saying? Remain hush on some of these guys, like holding these belts up, man, and not fighting.
No accountability. We don't know what goes on behind closed doors. That's why boxing is. It's a spy game. It's cloak and dagger shit. We just found out the Kenahan, the shit going on with Kenahan, and how that was totally beyond recognition. How unprecedented shit, and that's only overseas. We don't even focus on what's going on over here at the PBC and behind doors with these other federations, man. And I don't think boxing wants to know what's going on. I think if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and because they don't realize it is broke. The powers that be, they're riding with it, man. They're making money on the game. They're getting rich, and we're not. So Scotty, what do you pick for tomorrow? How do you? I know you pick your with Tank.
Going in and out. I barely heard your last.
I think that's World Combat. I think that's you.
Is the audio messing up? Those of you in the chat, is the audio messing up?
No, I can hear you now.
Oh, for real? Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I wasn't talking.
We went dead for a second.
I was listening to Bruce say what he had to say. I wasn't talking. Say it one more time, Bruce.
No, I was going to ask you about the fight tomorrow. I know you're with Tank, but how do you think it's going to go? Do you think Ryan's going to show any improvements? You think he's going to? I mean, he's got a lot of valuable teachers behind him this time. He's got De La Hoya, B-Hop, plus Goosen. You think he's got some of the keys to keep Tank off balance? Because I know like Leo Santa Cruz had Tank off balance. Mario Barrios was doing well with Tank. Even freaking Rolly. Ryan is a much better fighter than those three fighters. You think he?
I don't think he's a much better fighter than I think he's more talented than Barrios, but I don't think his fundamentals is better than Mario Barrios' fundamentals. Absolutely not.
Well, we don't know that. They have to get in the
No,
ring
I know
together.
that. I've seen him fight Tank. I haven't seen Ryan fight Tank yet.
We'll see. We'll see in 24 hours, though, man. This
Hey,
is
I
why
think
boxing.
when it comes down to Ryan Garcia improving, yeah, everything is possible. He brought Joe Goosen in there. I just didn't see the improvement with Emmanuel Tago. It might have just been the opposition, but of course, if Ryan Garcia comes out the gate and he puts the pressure on Tank early, I'm definitely curious to see how Tank handles that pressure. Because they say, Tank he even said his fight with Rolly, he said he should have jump rope more. You know what I'm saying? He should jump rope more. But with Ryan Garcia going out here throwing power shots early, right? I don't see him boxing. I'm looking for him to pop the jab out there. Just get his timing down with Tank, and then be able to land a couple of power shots to the point and see if Tank gets his respect. I mean, if Tank gives him his respect. I haven't seen him in a fight like this, so it's hard for me to imagine what he's going to do, because Tank is such a great counter puncher. He's very high boxing IQ, very smart, intelligent fighter, and he knows how to hunt. He knows how to set traps, and I just never seen anyone get set up like Ryan Garcia by on his resume with the caliber fighter of Tank Davis, bro. You know what I'm saying? I want him to go in there and make it an interesting fight. I don't want Tank to go out in 2 or 3 rounds. I want it to be a cliffhanger. I want it to be a phenomenal matchup. You know what I'm saying? I want it to be electric. But I don't think he has a better chin than Rolly, to be honest.
Well, see, I think Ryan's been strategizing, because I remember at the first press conference, Tank they were going jaw to jaw, and Tank says, "Oh, you got that left hook," and Ryan was kind of like, "Yeah," and so and Tank goes, "What do you got besides that left hook? What do you got?" And Ryan's like, I'm not gonna tell you what I got. I think he's gone back to school, because he's a very educated fighter. He's been boxing since he was 8 years old, 15 national titles. I mean, a decorated amateur. I really think if he's got his head on straight, which is the key, he's got to have his head on straight. I think he's going to make a fight of it, and may even take a decision. So,
I tell you what, OG,
oh,
he ain't gonna have his head on straight after Tank hit him. He better not get overzealous.
That's the great equalizer. Tank's got a shotgun, bro. Tank can end the fight anytime. But they said the same thing about Deontay Wilder too. And anything can happen in boxing, bro. Anything.
And see, that's the
absolutely,
anything that's difficult. That's the anything that's difficult for me, Bruce, because I'm just simply saying, for Ryan Garcia, I just haven't seen him come close to being in the ring with opponent that we can say, okay, the caliber of Tank Davis, like the power, the overall skill set, his boxing intellect, his viciousness. We don't know. Luke Campbell didn't provide that tenacious and viciousness that we're looking for. Ty Gold didn't. Javier Fortuna didn't. Fonseca, he went out in 1 round. He definitely didn't do anything. I mean, we just haven't seen anybody yet. So if he goes in there and he takes one of Tank's shot, it won't be the first time a fighter's taken one of Tank's shot. I mean, Isaac Cruz took some. You know what I'm saying? Mario Barrios took some of his shots, but over time, it broke him down. You know what I'm saying? It broke him down.
It's going to be interesting, and you could say the same thing about Tank. This is the best opponent Tank has ever fought, arguably. So, I mean, there's so many variables here.
I disagree, Bruce. I don't think he's better than Mario Barrios.
Facts.
I don't think I'm just
saying, Mario Barrios. I didn't even know who Mario Barrios was before. I thought he was a fucking guy from
Just because you don't know him don't mean he wasn't that good, OG. He's pretty
What's
solid.
he doing? What's he doing today?
Oh,
Barrios?
Right now, he's about to put himself in position to fight for a world title. Miraculously,
he just finished Gervonta Santiago. You talking about Barrios? He just finished thrashing Gervonta Santiago. I know that's not, you know what I'm saying? I know that's not a top caliber, but yeah, he just finished, you know, Giovanni Santiago recently.
Ryan can't even beat Mario Barrios, and Mario Barrios still at 140.
Well, we don't know.
So I know.
You know, well, hey, then you should be a millionaire. You should get to that betting window and cash in on that great. My hat's
For
off to
real.
you.
Hey, me too, goddamn it, because I don't bet like that. I just do straight up bets. But let me get to the super chat right quick. Shout out to the Captain Chaos, the Wild Dog on deck. $5 super chat, man. The hell with these crooked belts that do nothing for the fighter. It doesn't pay to be undisputed because they take a nice cut of the purse. Yeah, they do, man. They get their sanction fees first, not second, third, first. They get their sanction fees right away. Dundad on deck. I see you. But yeah, we'll definitely have to disagree on that, Bruce, because I just see Mario Barrios as being, I don't know, man. I seen him fight down here in the A, man. You talking about boxing? You talking about putting combinations together? I just haven't seen it from Ryan Garcia,
And he can
bro.
crack a little bit World Combat. Barrios.
Yeah, he can, yo. And he got that Aztec warrior,
But
that Aztec in him.
And like I said this before, World Combat. I don't think Barrios is more talented than Ryan. I just think he got better fundamentals, just better fundamentals. You know, a better jab, you know what I'm saying, better movement, things of that nature. I don't think he's more talented though.
I got the edge on the talent too, the Mario Barrios, man. Because he went through a little bit of hell with Tank.
That's because
his
fundamentals kept him in the fight. He just he really didn't have the talent.
He didn't
he really
have the
was just
talent.
jabbing. He kept it. That's why I say he kept doing the same thing over and over.
But isn't that what Ryan Garcia does?
Yeah, and that's why I said
so you're saying his fundamentals are good to go, but Ryan Garcia is the lead left hook a fundamental or a talent?
I'm talking about his. I think he hits harder than Barrios, and I think he has better speed than Barrios. That's why I'm talking about in terms of talent, physical attributes. I don't think Barrios has much of those.
I don't know. I haven't seen it from Ryan Garcia. I seen him load up on power shots a lot, but we'll have to see what the speed's looking like. They say he got speed, man, but I haven't really seen it in there with the caliber fighter like Tank. I don't know, man. It just seems like, for me, I don't think he has a better chin than Rolly Romero, bro.
And that could be true.
That's just my opinion. I don't think.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying it could be true because he did get dropped.
But both of them been dropped. It's just, Rolly was dropped by one of the heaviest power hitters in the game, and he was still able to make it back to his feet.
Ryan wasn't dropped by a big puncher, so yeah.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
That's gonna be up. I don't know. It's tricky, man. I just don't think it's wise to bet on Ryan Garcia. I mean, he has a chance, but with all this stuff that he's up against, you know what I'm saying, and who he's up against, I don't know. I'm not really confident he wins.
Well, we definitely gonna find out. Real talk, we definitely gonna find out tomorrow. I like the energy. I was just taking another peek at how many people was out there in the audience. It was just unbelievable, man. Like, wow. I mean, we're talking about no belts on the line. No belts on the line, man. And they got this much of a showing. This much of a turnout. It's good, man. That's good. That's good. That's positive.
Yeah, absolutely. I just can't wait, man. I think the second best fight tonight gonna be Beck the Bully versus Gabe Rosado too. I think so.
People, it's amazing. People still got faith in Gabe Rosado, man. If they would have that mentality across boxing, more fighters would get respect. You know what I'm saying? Because I respect Gabe Rosado. If I seen him, I would definitely get a picture with him. I respect the guy. He a warrior. You know, Gabe Rosado a warrior, but I do hear people talking about he's a bum.
And you know what's crazy? He don't even have to be. He's rich, bro. He don't even have to still be doing this. Like, you know how many good big fights he been in? Like, he don't even have to still be doing this. But he just love the sport, man. He love the grind.
Hey, Bruce, why you think Gabe Rosado is still punching? You know what I'm saying? What's driving him if he can't get close to a world title?
Like our brother just said, he loves the sport. These guys are built different than we are, Scotty. You know that, bro. I mean, it's tough to turn that switch off. It's not polite, bro. These guys are born to fight, man. It's hard to step out of the game.
I mean, isn't the time when your family, your girl, your wife say, "Hey, I don't want you in no more fight camps." You know, the kids want you at home. You know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't just going to the office with a shirt and tie on. You going in there and getting punched in the head.
I've asked a lot of dudes the same question, and some of the answers I've heard where you just know you're in that ring and you just know that it's not your time anymore. And I've heard others say, I have to do it for the money. There's no retirement check. There's no 401k. We fight on, but it's a tough business. But these guys, like I said earlier, they have a different brain. They have different gears in their head. They have different nuts and bolts in there, different mentality. Gabe Rosado, I think he's got that mentality. And hey, he could knock the bully out again. That's another thing. You never know, man. The bully's got that in the back of his mind. This is another very interesting co-main event or co-main event.
I think Gabe Rosado is a single fighter that's fought the best competition in boxing. I think by far, bro. Through weight classes too. He fought Jamel Charlo. He fought Triple G. He fought what's his guy's name? Daniel Jacobs. You know what I'm saying? The list goes on and on and on and on and on. He just constantly is just getting in there for the smoke.
It's kind of a weak undercard, but this is probably the best of the undercard fights.
Are you sold on David Morrell? Are you sold on him?
You know,
with the amount of fights he has up to this point?
Another thing going on with that fight, his original opponent, what was his name? Do you know it, Scotty? It was I believe it was an African guy. And they just put this new opponent in last week. And
I'm not sure. I'm being honest with you. I
saw him on L Dub's show live, and he was saying how he was just eliminated from the fight with Morrell. And he doesn't understand why. He took his physical. He found out he didn't flunk anything. And it kind of just you're wondering about Morrell. You're wondering if they're doing this to make sure he's got an easier record, or I don't know. Morrell, I think Morrell needs tougher competition. He's got a WBA Reggie belt, and that should be, once you have a world title belt, you should be fighting top 10 opposition, not pittering around with people that we've never heard of. But,
that's a solid point, Bruce. And also, they did the same thing, right? They did the same thing. Didn't they do the same thing to it was David Benavidez who was in talks with Demetrius Andrade, I believe. And all of a sudden, they push Andrade to the side and Caleb Plant comes into the picture. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that seems to be a routine in boxing. If I'm correct, I think Demetrius Andrade was in talks with David Benavidez to fight, and somehow Caleb Plant came into the picture, and of course that's a bigger matchup, and they just told nope. Andrade pushed him off to the side. So if they're giving David Morrell, soft touches, and he's supposedly 25 years old, I know a big part of me, I don't know if that's entirely true. But he's gonna have to step up sooner or later. I don't see him fighting David. I don't see him beating David Benavidez right now.
No, I don't either. But I really think he's got to step up. It cheapens that WBA Reggie belt. It turns it into just a trinket once again.
Well, it's been a part of a lot of trinket, gift giving. That WBA is like the prostitute of damn belts, ain't he? I mean, like it gets given a lot, get tossed around and passed around like it's cool, man. It's still a world title though. Who's on deck? Who's on deck? Can you state your name?
Yeah, yes. Jason spelled backwards, Nelson J.
Okay, no
He,
doubt. What's going on, Jason?
hey man, you doing all right? Mr. WCS World Combat Sports, my brother. How you doing,
I'm
fam?
I'm doing good. How about yourself, brother?
Hey man, shit, living life, my brother, living life and enjoying it. Any day above ground is a beautiful day. You understand me? So,
I
bro,
feel you. I feel you.
I want to say this. I ain't gonna stay long because I gotta go smoke me a cigar. But I want to show your platform some respect because I like you, brother. I appreciate you, dog. I check you out every chance I get.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Can you hear me? You there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh,
Can
you
you hear
went
me?
out for a minute. I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay, must be. I don't know. These headphones be tripping. This fight, personally, to me, it has the feel of the movie The Great White Hype. Remember that movie
Yeah.
with Samuel L.
Uh-huh.
Jackson and Demi Wayne, right? Um, there's a lot of hype around this fight, and a lot of it has to do with, to me, this is just me speaking, right? What I think. I think a lot of it has to do with uh Oscar. Phone keep going out. Can you hear me now? Because I keep going out.
Yeah. I hear you.
Yeah, Oscar De La Hoya and Floyd Mayweather. Even though you don't see it, it's in the background. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't really think this fight is going to. It's. I see it as being stopped early. I see Tank going there and beating the brace off this dude, knocking him off his mainframe. That's what I see. I really do. I have not seen anything that. Now, don't get me wrong. The boy's talent. Garcia, Ryan, he's talented. I ain't gonna take that from him, but I don't see him because Tank is coming with a different type of energy. People say, he's doing this and that. That man, Ryan, been calling that man out for years, been saying his name, saying his name, saying his name, saying his name. And people that Tank hang out with, like, man, you need to go bust this fool up, man. This man keep talking. He keep talking. You need to go ahead and send a message. That's like when his trainer said they're gonna send a message to the rest of the division through him. You understand what I'm saying? Because to them, they see Ryan as the weakest link of all the four kings, if you want to call them the four kings, right? Now, and they're gonna take him out because like he said, remember during the press conference earlier, about a month or so ago, when they finally made the fight, when they was negotiating the fight, and Tank said, he took everything we off. He said yes to everything. And he laughed, right? Remember
True.
that?
That's true.
He said he laughed. He said, "Damn, he took everything." It's like we're giving you a way out, but you're going to take it because you want this ass whooping so bad. And you get on the Mike Tyson show, on his podcast, and you're talking all this bullshit. Excuse my language. Talking all this, talking all that, dude. This is a fight that's going to be made an example. That boy finna get destroyed, man. I'm going to watch it. I'm buying the fight. You know what I'm saying? Because I love boxing. I'm going to
Let
watch
me
it.
ask you this. Let me ask you this. OG, the Bruce said that the fight may not do 300K. With what you know today, as far as how fans intend to support and not support the fight, do you think this fight it will do solid numbers? You think it's gonna go, in comparison to some of the fights back in the day, or Bruce right? It may do below 300K.
I think Bruce is wrong. I think this bad boy will do at least five and up. It's gonna go five up. That's what I think. Because the it's they have I think what we thought at one time was a bad decision. They use social media, TikTok and all that to basically promote the fight, right?
Mhm.
I go on TikTok and that's all you see. You know what I mean? That's all
Yeah.
you see. They was brilliant with this because they knew the eyes that they wanted to see it. It's always on TikTok. Everybody's always locked in, plugged in on their phone. They either on TikTok or Facebook, right? Or Instagram. So you promote it that way. So yeah, it's gonna do a whole lot better number than people giving. I think it's gonna go up to at least about six, maybe 700.
I don't know, man. I don't know if that high, but it'll be amazing with the illegal streaming that's going on that it can possibly do 700. That'll be some unbelievable shit, man. For real.
Why do you
Unbelievable.
say illegal? Nobody's knocking on my door, and I'm telling them where I live. I want to be the martyr. This is the way it is now. It's not illegal.
I'm just saying the language, how they use it. The language.
They try to shame people into not streaming it. That's what it is. It's all the business of boxing. I hear people. I heard some creator out there the other day was saying how anybody that streams a fight and is on YouTube should be ashamed to talk about the fight. It's like, get off your high horse, brother.
But, you know what? You also got these streaming. You got these streaming accounts, these streaming platforms where you actually paying paying for it monthly. You understand what I'm saying? So they getting the revenue.
It's a business, and it's a business.
Right. Now we could look at the guy that went to prison, just went to prison for 5 years, who did his own thing. The one that what they called him, what was his nickname? He just went to federal prison for 5 years. They were trying to give him 100, but he took a plea deal, right? But he was doing it. The problem with him is that he was trying to get all the money. He wouldn't letting people, he wouldn't let the right people dig into that pocket. So they said, all right, boy, you ain't gonna do what we tell you to do. We're gonna put you in prison. But yeah, it's pretty much the way of the world now. Everybody's streaming, and eventually it's kind of like cell phones. At one time, you can only talk on peak hours, and then here comes Virgin Mobile. You remember Virgin Mobile? You see what they did? They came with the minute phones. So yeah, it's pretty much about it. Yeah, but I think not getting off track. There's a lot of people that I know are having fight parties, right? Who usually don't buy fights, right? And they're buying fight parties for this. They're having fight parties for this.
I'll tell you what's the problem with that now too. Of my generation anyway, the main events aren't starting till on the East Coast till like 12 o'clock, 12:30.
Right.
You have a fight party, man. My wife is going to be sitting there with a rolling pin in her hand saying, "Get these motherfuckers out of here. It's fucking Sunday morning already." You know what I'm saying? I mean, this ain't New Year's Eve. Every fight they have to cater this more to the fans. If they want to have fight parties, start this main event at 9, 10 o'clock Eastern time. You can't start it at the next day. Basically, it's not going to work.
But they fight in Vegas, right?
Yeah,
And there you have it.
Yep.
And that's the problem right there. That with a 2 hour difference.
2 hour difference, right?
Yeah, that 2 hour difference. Yeah, because if 9 there, it's only 7 there. So and I'm in Nashville, so I'm in Tennessee, so I'm in Central. I'm in the middle.
But that's just one of the smaller reasons why it's not going to be huge. People don't have these huge fight parties like they used to. Because back in the 90s and the 80s, man, people just do a couple of more lines of coke and stay up all night and watch the fight. But we're getting old now, and they have to cater to us, to us people who have to wake up sometime the next day before noontime.
Right. But hey, I'll be up. I have me what I call a cannonball. I have my glass of wine and my shot of 1800 right there next to me. Watch it. Smoking the
Damn, 1800.
Yeah, smoking a cigar, brother. Smoking a cigar. You know what I'm saying?
Well, don't get me wrong. I never miss a fight. I'm up till 2 o'clock in the morning for probably two Saturdays out of the month watching boxing. And it's but it's the way it is. But it's also I'm not putting $100 out of my pocket, $85. I'm streaming the fight. That's what I do. I've been doing that forever, and I support boxing. I think by devoting myself to the game, man. You know, I get out there and I buy merchandise. Right now I got an Ezra Charles shirt on. If I turn my camera on, I support boxing by bringing boxing to other people, by telling people that the fights are happening, by kind of being like the go-between for a lot of people out there, a lot of friends that I know that would have no idea what's happening in the boxing world if they didn't talk to me. And you know, I'm boxing 24/7. You know, people have to put a gag in my mouth sometimes. They get so sick of hearing about the fights.
But what I do appreciate is that there is hype. There is hype for the fight. You know what I'm saying? Boxing has a heartbeat.
Oh, absolutely. But they have to take advantage too. They have to build on this. Build on this.
Yes.
And this is the type of post that Crawford and Spence should have. But you're right. This fight does have a pulse, man. It has a heartbeat. It's people that showed up today, man. And this is how it should be for two fighters that's on the pound for pound list. But we have two fighters that's not on the pound for pound list, and they have this many people in attendance for a weigh-in, man. It's crazy.
And guess what? Just one other thing. You probably made the point already because I came in late, but there's no belt on the line. Ain't that something?
Correct.
There's no belt.
Crazy. No belt, man.
So in other words, let's just say let's give
You good?
You went out again, bro.
you got me back?
Yeah, I hear you now, man.
Yeah.
Now.
I said Leonard Elby, I guess he was right when he said belts don't matter.
Yeah.
I guess, but I still say this. I would say this, and I'm looking in the future, based on if Devin Haney beats who I think he will beat Lomo, and if Devin Haney win, if Tank win, Tank ain't gonna go in that direction too fast, I don't think. But if Ryan win, Ryan will go to that direction real fast. You know what I'm saying? Other than there's to fight again when you got to fight again, in the contract. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Ryan needs it more than a lot of these fighters. He needs it more than Tank, and he needs it just as much as Devin wanted it before he beat Kambosos. Ryan would definitely go running over there, but I don't think I don't think Tank will go over there if Devin beats Lomachenko, which I think he will. I don't see him going over there because they may feel that fight is going to be very difficult to make because A side debates. You know what I'm saying? Who's the A side? Who gonna get this much money? Who's gonna get the guarantee? I think that's what's gonna stall that fight.
You know what? I will say this. I was listening to an interview with Devin Haney, and the only thing that Devin Haney said, but when they would ask about fighting Tank, if when he beat Lomo and if Tank beat Ryan, the only thing that he said that he will not negotiate is a rehydration clause. Right?
Why would he need a rehydration clause? He's at 135. You know what I'm saying?
No, right. Well, I'm just saying, how Tank did Ryan, right?
Yeah.
They was asking on that. He said he's not taking no fight. He says it's already hard for me to get down to 135. All right, I'm not doing no rehydration clause. So I'm just saying that will be the only thing that he will not do in negotiation with Tank. But I would say this due to the fact that Devin getting money. He's already getting money. Money wouldn't be an issue with Devin.
It would. It would. But them Haney's negotiate fights now.
No, true enough. I'm not saying they don't, right? But I'm just saying because he's getting money, right?
Yeah.
But he's not gonna ask for stupid ass money, right? To get to the fight because he's getting money. The boy's getting paid because let's keep it real. He took $2 million and Kambosos got $10 million twice. You know what I'm saying? He took that shit as contract because he was chasing legacy. You understand what I'm saying? And at this right here, a Tank fight is legacy. You understand what I'm saying? Tank will argue. Tank Larry Ellerby would try to stall out the fight by bringing up money in the A side, right?
Correct.
Money,
Yeah.
money in the A side. I don't see Devin even doing it. Devin want to get in and bust his ass. You know what I'm saying? So we'll take this just to get you in the ring. You understand what I mean? Because you think about it. I wonder how much Devin is getting paid and how much Loma's getting paid for that fight on May 20th. Nobody
Well,
ever
we know
talked
it's
about
not
that.
going to be. I mean, because they haven't heard too much about it, just like they haven't heard any logistics for Crawford Spence. You know, if they're supposed to be in talks, it's nobody's been talking about how much money that Devin's getting, and it should be a topic because he did take the low ball side against Cambozo. He
Yes, he
did.
did.
He took it. So now
Twice.
and yeah, twice. And inquiring minds want to know, did that price go up? Because the price yesterday shouldn't be the price today, especially if you got the belts.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
What's going
You
on,
know,
Blunts? How you feeling, bro?
I am feeling very excited, slightly anxious, and I'm just I'm feeling a tad bit relaxed. Uh,
So the
and I'm
cut through the
ready.
chase there, Blunts. The cut through the chase, Blunts. What you know what I'm saying? The cut to the chase. Did you hear what Jason said? Jason believes that the fight is going to end early, contrary to what you said, the fight is going the distance. Do you have a response to that?
Yes, Jason. I would like to give you my opinion, Jason. I disagree respectfully. Um, I believe this fight will not end early. I believe this is going to be one of those Showtime dampers, similar to when I believe that Boots was going to knock out Karen, when I believe that Jarrett Hurd was going to knock out the dude he fought recently. They have a way of sending us down these trails and then letting us fall into these deep holes. I believe that this fight is nobody's going to get knocked out. It's going to be a very cautious battle between two fighters. They both counter punches. They don't want to get knocked out by each other. So they're going to dance around each other. And they both got two, great coaches in their corner. I mean, I expect Tank to move away from the power hand, move away from the hook if he can, you know. Uh, and it's just going to be, I feel it's going to be back and forth. And yeah, I see a draw on the horizon.
You see a what?
I see a draw.
Man, you tripping. You tripping.
no, I'm
Man.
trying to.
You know what I'm saying? It's possible if it's a 2-for-1 special. It's possible to get a draw, to bring back the rematch. Okay, I can see that. But I see him getting stopped brutally.
Did you
But
see?
politically, yeah, I see a draw politically.
Did you see
Physically,
they announced the referee and the judges for the fight? Are you familiar with the referee?
who
I
the
think I
referee,
would
man?
be if I
Who
gotta pull a
the
tweet back
referee?
up. I don't know the brother. I think if I seen him, I might know. But
Long as it ain't Kenny Bayless, goddamn it.
Hey man, I want to see what's the brother with the one that make all the faces? What's his
Yeah,
name? The ref?
Willis. His name is Willis. I know his name is Willis. I forgot his last name. Let me put him in here right quick.
Hey, let me ask you guys a question.
Yeah.
Who do you think the W is more important to in this fight, Tank or Ryan?
Tank. Easy. Tank.
I'll say Ryan. I'll say Ryan. The W is more important. Steve Willis. That's his name. Steve Willis.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
I'll say Ryan Garcia because obviously I would say Ryan because of Tank is a 3-weight world champion. Ryan hasn't achieved up to this point. For him to knock off somebody who's doing pay-per-view like Gervonta Davis, for someone to have the skill set and the momentum. Tank Davis has the momentum right now when it comes to star power. So you're talking about social media coming over to the mainstream, main eventing Vegas, and he goes in there and defeats Tank Davis. It catapults Ryan Garcia to a whole nother level of sponsorship, boxing, freaking notoriety, being the face of boxing because of his looks. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they're gonna do a lot with him until he get his ass beat.
Okay, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. The point is when you understand the question. Me, I guess you see the question one way. I see it another way. I see that if Tank loses, right? If Tank loses, the mystique that he has is gone.
What was the question? Who stands to
No.
gain? Who?
Which
Yeah.
which what who is what the W? Who is it more important to?
That
Is
that was the
kind of- right?
That was
Who is it more important to? It's more important to Tank because Tank got this mystique, this miniature Mike Tyson, the Floyd's protege, blah blah blah, all this. He's got pretty much a lot of shit on his back. Ryan, for one, is like
oh, that damn Wi-Fi again.
it's my this granddad's phone. It keep it keep going black. The screen keep going black. I need to keep touching it. But what I'm saying
Hey,
is,
y'all hold it down for a second. I'll be right back. Hey, Blunts, hold it down, man.
okay. I'm saying this as in if Ryan loses, but he loses looking good, right? His star power still goes up because he got in there with the baby Mike Tyson, and he survived, and he made it a good fight, right? But then it doesn't look good if Tank wins that fight and he doesn't look good winning it. You know what I'm saying? You follow me?
Yeah, I do. I agree because I don't think an L should be that big on a fighter's record anyway. Today we're in a whole different generation where you get an L on your fight on your record and your career is over. And if they look good, I think an L is like a badge of courage on there, especially if it's a knockdown, drag out fight like I'm hoping for.
Right. It just don't look good for Tank, win or lose, if it's a knockout, drag out fight to the end. If he wins it or if he loses, his star power may go down just a little bit because like you let a YouTuber, a TikToker take you into deep waters. You understand what I'm saying?
Well,
It's different.
It could be that Ryan's baptism. This could show the world who Ryan Garcia says he is. Maybe this could be his coming out party. That's why it's so interesting. It intrigues me. Tank is the solid rock. He's got a 12 gauge in one hand and a fucking 357 in the other hand. If he hits you with him, you're gone. And Ryan, he got off his ass. He knocked out Campbell. I mean, there's a lot of question marks hanging over him. But the intrigue is there. This is the kind of fight that I'm already psyched. I wish it was tomorrow night already. I'd give up a day.
Yeah, we're gonna see. We're gonna see. I still think Tank win by homicide. That's what I think. I could be wrong. It depends on.
That's the betting odds right there, man. What is Ryan a plus 280, I believe.
Yeah, but here's if Ryan fights tall and at a distance, right, and can keep Tank away from him, he might pull a shot. He's gonna have to box it. He's gonna have to box his way to a victory. Because if he get into a slug match with Tank, it's over with, man. It's over with. It ain't gonna be no damn draw. He got to fight like he's taller than him, like he's bigger than him. You know what I mean? He got to fight him. He got to, in the beginning of the first couple of rounds, he need to learn his distance, where he should be at. You know what I mean? Because if he start trying to get into a brawl, he gonna get clipped. He really is. Let's keep one thing for sure. They said Tank get hits a lot. Yes, he does. But don't you think Tank get hit just to test your power, see how your power is? You understand what I'm saying?
I don't think Tank likes to get hit, but he does.
No,
in style.
Right. But the thing about it is, the reason why he worried about the left hand, the left hook, is because it ain't the fact that it'll knock him out. if you don't, the most time when a fighter get knocked out, he get hit by what? A punch he doesn't see coming. You know what I mean? And that's usually where it ends at. But I still think it could be a good fight. I could be wrong, but I'm looking at Tank by homicide, pretty much.
Okay.
That's
See,
why. That's why.
I see another possibility. I can see Ryan confusing Tank because he's got a lot of. Whereas Tank only has Calvin Ford training him, Garcia has. He has
Remember,
Oscar De La Hoya.
remember,
He has
remember, he got Kenny Porter in his corner too.
Tank does or Ryan does.
Tank.
Hey, I got the my bad, brothers. I was just gonna say I got the information for the referee. Maybe y'all know him. I don't know him off the top of my head, but it's Thomas Taylor. Thomas Taylor's Thomas Taylor's the referee. Tim Cheatham's the judge. Dave Moretti's the judge, and Steve Weisfeld's the judge.
I've heard of the Cheatham before. Yeah, I've heard of Cheatham, Weisfeld, but I haven't heard of the Tom Tucker. Is that his name?
No. Dave Moretti's the judge.
Yeah.
Weisfeld and Tim Cheatham. Thomas Taylor is the referee.
That's the only one I haven't heard of. I haven't heard of the referees, but I've heard of the three judges.
I wonder how many championship fights had Thomas Taylor refereed, because I ain't never heard of him.
I'll find out.
Sure, but yeah, Kenny Porter is in Tank's was working with Tank in the training through his training. And if I'm mistaken, when Kenny Porter at the not the weigh-in, but when they had the press conference. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What was the question?
I said, wasn't Kenny Porter at the press conference?
I don't know. I didn't listen to it. I was watching it. I was listening to the show here. I didn't see. I saw a lot of people there. I wouldn't doubt it. It's like every top trainer I think on the West Coast was there.
Right, because Tank's trainer sat there and said, just like my boy, he pointed over at Kenny, because Kenny was up there with him, but you didn't see the camera on him, and he pointed over there. He said, like my friend Kenny Porter always say, we're gonna put some knuckles on somebody, right? So Kenny's been in this training camp.
Well, they both
you already know what it.
They both have boxing. They both have high boxing IQs. I want to see if Ryan can adjust to Tank's style and confuse him a little bit. I don't think Tank is going to change his style. I think he's going to come in. He's got great footwork. He's got good head movement, and he's got dynamite in his punches. Ryan, right. I think Ryan has to fight different styles. I think he has to have plan A, plan B, go back to plan A, maybe have a plan C in there. This is what the great minds of boxing will do to him. Let's see if he can handle it. That's right. That's going to make it an interesting fight, keeping Tank off balance. But can it happen? This is why we love boxing. Who knows, right?
I'm trying to tell you, ain't nothing like this. It's the greatest sport, one of the greatest sports alive. You know what I'm saying? I love boxing. There's something about it. But yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready. Like I said, I'm gonna have my cigar, my wine, and my shot of 1800 on the side, ready to get going.
Yeah, I'm back. Appreciate holding the fort down. You know what I'm saying? Got Captain Chaos on deck. What's good, Chaos?
What's going on, everybody? Listen, I want to let you guys know. You guys know this already. I'm going to reiterate it to you. The sport of boxing is like no other sport. Like no other sport. Iran Barkley versus Tommy Hearns. Michael Bent versus Tommy Morrison. Frankie Randall versus Julio Cesar Chavez. Corey Sanders versus Klitschko. Livingston Bramble versus Ray Mancini. Ricardo Mayorga versus Vernon Forrest. Leon Spinks versus Muhammad Ali. What am I getting at? Anything can happen in the sport of boxing. We are seeing something that we haven't seen in a long, long time. When my daughter, who knows I'm a boxing fiend, is coming up to me and she's saying, yo, Who's this king dude? Who's this king dude? And then my wife, and y'all keep it on a buck, because you know what? Boxing, everybody knows that the race card sells. Right away, my wife says, "I'm going with the Spanish guy." She don't even know what the hell she's talking about. Yo, I'm telling you, we're seeing something special. Boxing is a sport where with a loss, you can become king. I'll say it again. With a loss, you can become king, because I want any of you guys to tell me, how did Canelo become king? The way Canelo became king was he took that L against Floyd. His camp knew he was going to take that L. They knew he was too green, but they said, yo, let's put him in the spotlight. Let's put him in the spotlight. Maybe we'll get lucky, but we highly doubt it, but we need that spotlight. And what did Canelo do? He built on that momentum to become the person that he is today. We have an opportunity, right? To see something. And listen, Combat, you've talked about this. You know how African American fighters get treated. Am I lying? Does an African American fighter have to fight and struggle harder than any other fighter? Yes or no? Can y'all hear me?
I hear you, bro.
You know what I'm saying? We're coming at a point right now that, here's this young man. I keep saying it, from Baltimore, man. Boxing saved his life. He's a multimillionaire, and he's on the cusp of doing it his way with no belts, where he's the boss. You know what I mean? And boxing is the only sport that could give you that. Another thing is, we got to get out of this mentality of saying that Ryan Garcia is a YouTuber. Ryan Garcia is not a YouTuber. He is not a TikToker. The man has amateur pedigree. He has national titles under his belt. He went 50 for 50 with Devin Haney. Even though that was the amateurs, it did happen. And you got to give the man his respect. You have to give the man his respect.
Let me ask you this, Captain Chaos, though. So with the respect, why hasn't his career taken off like some of the names that he beat in the AMs? Why haven't he got that opportunity at those windows?
I'm going to tell you why, Combat. Because he chose the route of less resistance. Okay, he said, I'm going to play around with YouTube, and I'm going to go with my social media following, right? And I'm not saying that it's right, because he's getting put on blast for it, okay? He's saying, yo, I'm going to do my shit on social media, and you know what? I'm not going to take that many punches, and I'm going to use my pretty looks, and I'm going to pimp myself out. That's why he is where he is right now, where people are questioning his resume, and they have every right to question his resume. But in this great dance that we're having, it takes two. It takes two to be at the dance. And the reason why this fight is so big is because Ryan did his part in the entertainment side of it. He didn't do it resume-wise. He did it in the entertainment side of it.
Yeah, for sure. Solid point. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what's going to matter tonight. I mean, tomorrow night is if he truly can bring that amateur pedigree so it can reciprocate finally to his professional presence. He hasn't shown us, that amateur pedigree and all those amateur fights he had. You know what I'm saying? It's like tomorrow night will be a great time for him to just demonstrate that he can change levels now. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're waiting on, for Ryan Garcia to change levels.
100%. You know what? You can't, the people can't be mad at Jerry Cooney for being Jerry Cooney, because, Larry Holmes became great the day he fought Jerry Cooney. So you can't be mad at Jerry Cooney for being who he is. Jerry Cooney is the man who made that fight so big that Larry Holmes was able to catapult off of it. And that's what we're going on right now. You got a lot of people hating on Ryan. Okay, it's fine. It's fine to hate on him. I get it. But we're talking about Tank. every time we talk about Ryan. Right now, I'm telling you right now, Devin Haney wish he was in this position. Shakur wish they were in this position. You know, we don't even know. I mean, have they put it out there? Their purses? Do we know how much Tank is making?
Well, I don't want to put no speculation out there. It's millions. It's a good purse. It's not no 2-3 million type purse that we talking about. This
It
this
says
is this is big money.
10 digits, 8 digits, 8 digits.
Yeah, it's,
It's
it's
eight
big
digits,
money.
eight digits,
And you
eight
know
digits.
what? How could you be mad at that? You know what I'm saying?
Hey, let me
Nobody
get
could
this
be
super
mad.
chat right quick, Captain Chaos. Chaos, hold on for a split second, brother. True
You
Media
got
said
it, brother.
today USA Boxing on deck. $5 super chat in the building. Peace to my brother. Don't forget to hit the like button. I appreciate you there, coach. Fire live, man. Continue to damn blow up the damn airwaves, man. Appreciate you. And I hope you're doing well over there on your withdrawals because Bruce is over here saying, hey, he's still in it. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead,
Hey,
Chaos.
coach, I'm gonna hit this blunt for you too, coach.
Don't stop.
Yeah. I also got something to say to Bruce. Listen, I have a lot of respect for Bruce. Bruce is definitely a mind in this YouTube. I appreciate his knowledge, but at the same time, I got to keep it 100 on the person that I am. When Bruce was talking about that he heard of a YouTuber or somebody, criticizing YouTubers about, streaming and stealing fights. I don't know if Bruce was talking about me, but I made that comment. I did make that comment, and I stand by what I say. Now, this is what I'm saying. YouTubers, they're content creators. Other than content creators, they're also called influencers. That means that, you become a YouTuber to influence the public on what you're saying and what you like or dislike. And my thing is, listen, if you don't have the funds and I get it. I get it. And I'm not questioning anybody's pockets. What I'm saying is it shouldn't be something that you should be on a megaphone. Yo, I'm streaming a fight, and if you want to steal the fight, this is where you go. Because at the end of the day, we're taking away from the most important person. That is the fighter. Teddy Atlas said it, man. Every time a fighter goes in the ring, he leaves a part of himself in that ring. And I know that these fights are expensive. I understand that. I understand that. And you know what? I'm going to pull the race card. I'm going to pull the race card. Listen, I live in New York City, and there's a big, Mexican community. Yo, they find a way how to do it. They find a way how to do it. They have fight parties. They do whatever they got to do. Chris Colbert said it best. You know what I'm saying? And we all know what Chris Colbert said. Colbert said, "Yo, my people don't represent, man. My people don't represent." You know what I'm saying? And I meant no disrespect to Bruce. No disrespect to Bruce. I'm talking about those other dudes that, they're just out here to flap their gums. You know what I mean? They really don't care about the sport. They're doing it for the likes. They're doing it for the super chats. Bruce is a person that he gives his wisdom. When you hear him speak, you know that he's taking you to class. You know what I'm saying? He's trying to show you the way. So that comment that I made was not intended towards, Bruce Gas. One thing I will say, I remember as a young buck, when Alexis Arguello fought Aaron Pryor, Bruce, I remember that fight in New York City. That fight was at 11 o'clock at night. So I don't remember the last time, maybe if we're going back to the 80s or maybe the 70s, but, I'm 50 years old, and, the only memory I've had of big fights were they were always late.
But let me tell you something, my brother. That fight was also on free HBO.
You're 100% correct. You're 100% correct. But you know what? Bruce, at the same time, it wasn't on free HBO because HBO wasn't free. So if your ass was broke, you had to go have a fight party at your boy's house who had HBO.
If you had cable TV, you could get HBO was $10 a month,
I
and I
understand.
saw, I saw it because my sister-in-law worked for HBO. It wasn't even available in my area, but she had free HBO in her apartment, just her apartment in the whole town. I don't know anybody else who had HBO until they wired the town for HBO. Now does that make her a thief because I saw the fight at her house without paying for it? I mean, it's impractical for people today to spend the price of pay-per-views for a fight that's not on till after midnight. And anyway, and just for the quality of fight that they're giving us, how dare them ask me to pay my hard-earned money when for a fight that's garbage that I used to watch on ESPN, that I used to watch on ABC's. It wasn't even good enough for Wide World of Sports. It would be a preliminary on Wide World of Sports. And they want to charge hard money for this. That's not the way that boxing is going to grow. That's the way they're going to alienate boxing. That's my point. I say fuck the pay-per-views. Stream it all until they get it in their head that this is not the way to sell boxing anymore. This might have worked in the 80s and 90s, but we're in a whole different era. Ryan Garcia's fans, you think any of them are going to pluck down $80 to see this fight? Come on, man. They know how to stream this fight. They could teach the HBO staff how to stream this fight. It's a different world out there, and boxing has to realize they have to sell their product on a different platform. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Okay, but you know what? To add to what you're saying, look at what you just did, Bruce. Look what you just did. You just did what I said that you do. Now, you're teaching. You're saying, yo, bro, I streamed the fight, but this is my reason. And it's a valid reason. While you have other people, like Rick Blazer said, I just steal the shit. And they're not giving you no reason. Not giving you no reason at all. I just steal the shit because I want to steal the shit. Do you have the money? Yeah, I got the money, but I just want to steal the shit.
That's it. They call those kleptomaniacs, bro. They steal things, you know.
That's why I say you are who you are. You know what I'm saying? And you stand for something. You know. But back to HBO. I remember as a youngin. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody had HBO. For me to watch Arguello prior, you know, my pops had to jump on a train, and we was on the train for like 2 hours because we had to go to the, to Spanish Harlem to his boy's house from Queens. You know what I'm saying? And by the time we got to the fight was over. You know what I'm saying? So HBO wasn't that. Not everybody had HBO back in those days.
That was the early '80s. The country wasn't completely wired for cable. The world is wired for internet right now. It's a different medium. It's a different social medium. You can watch anything you want to right now if you know how to go find it. I mean, you can watch. I could go watch 3 live jazz concerts in different clubs in New York City because I know the sites that they're on. It's a different world, bro. I mean, we can go anywhere in the world from our fucking living room couch. Boxing has to realize that, man. Boxing has to come of age.
Let me ask you a question, Bruce. Do you think Gervonta Davis deserves the purse that he's getting tomorrow?
I don't deny him of it. I'm not a pocket watcher. If he can make that, fine. God bless him. More power to him.
What are you making, Chaos? What are you making?
He's making about $10 million, from what I understand.
I don't know. I don't know how they're making. I don't know how much exactly. I don't know exactly how much he's making. All I'm saying is, if he's making such and such and such, it has to come out of somewhere. Somebody got to pay for the shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's all I'm saying. Like I said, man, when you talk to somebody like Bruce Gas is going to give you the reason. Bruce Gas is going to give you the explanation. Bruce Gas, when he says the reason I do this is because of that. While you have other people that are just malicious in the way they speak. Yo, I'm just stealing the shit to steal the shit. Yo, you want to jump on with me? That's wrong. And I stand on what I say.
Or they want to charge to look at it on IG.
There you go. Don't forget, when you become a YouTuber, it's also an influencer. And when you get on that soapbox, is to, influence people to your whatever it may be. Whatever it may be. Boxing is great right now. We got these 2 young men. There's no titles on the line. And maybe this is what boxing needs. Because, what's crazy? And this is what's crazy. When the WBO first came into play, nobody gave 2 shits about the WBO. All of a sudden, the WBO is the shit, right? So now, when you had, who was the first undisputed? The first undisputed from the 4-belt era. Off the top of my head, I don't remember. But what's the word now? Oh, undisputed in the 4-belt era, which is making it sound like the 4-belt era is better than the 3-belt era. That's how they con you. They give you the con job. No, the 4-belt era isn't better than the 3-belt era. It's not. And if it is, show me. Prove it to me.
You feel him?
You finished chaos? Because I was
Yes,
gonna let
sir.
I was letting you cook.
Wild
I
dog.
know
Yeah, I
you've been
cook.
cooking.
I'm done.
I want you to burn the place down. I was gonna let you
Yo,
cook till you finish.
like I said, man, tomorrow's gonna be a great ride. People ask me, you know what, man, yo, who you like? And I tell them I like them both, and they look at me like I'm retarded. What do you mean you like them both? Yo, I like them both. I like them both. Boxing wins tomorrow. I like them both.
Who
They
you
both
got?
make. I like them both. I honestly think it goes to the Wilder scenario, the Deontay Wilder scenario. Ryan Garcia has to be perfect in order to win. Tank can make all the mistakes in the world. He has the equalizer. He has the experience. I don't know if Ryan could use his reach. We don't know. Ryan is the missing link. We don't know. We don't know much about Ryan. The only thing I'm gonna say is this: if it comes to a battle of attrition, the alley cat would always beat the house cat. Gervonta Davis is the alley cat. He's known for that. He's proven his mettle. And Ryan is the house cat. So if it comes to a battle of attrition, I'm going for King Ryan is going to fold. And on that note, I am done.
Mm. Yeah, I'm curious to see how it's gonna go, man. Hopefully, everybody makes weight at 146 pounds at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Ryan gonna come out there and say, "Ooh, I think I ate a little too much. I'm 158." God damn, what you
They
eat,
they
boy?
they still not gonna call off the fight. If he come over 147, all they're gonna do is it's probably something in the contract that it's a penalty. He's got to come off his money. They hoping he come in overweight. They hoping he weigh in overweight so he can get paid more money.
I'm 155 pounds. I ate an extra McDouble. God damn.
The point the what I seen today, man. Neither fighter looked like they was drained though.
Well, look, I went to boxing Twitter. They got Ryan's. They got the close up on Ryan. They say, look, they done spray tanned him. The extra amount of lip gloss he got on, you could see the crack chapped under his lips.
Oh, for real?
Errol,
That video
yeah,
you
Errol,
sent me, man. I actually uploaded to freaking stream, but up close and personal, huh? Okay.
man, they done pulled a picture up of Ryan talking about some yeah, they spray tanned him. Then they put, you can see, I mean, I saw from the weigh-in, his lips look shiny as hell, but they put a whole bunch of chapstick on his lips. Errol Spence tweeted, he said, yeah, look at his eyes. You know he been in that bathtub all morning. So I don't know. But he holding it together real well, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, he is, man, because they knew what they was doing. You know, if they spray tanned him or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's all about beautification with Ryan. It's all about beautification and perfect aesthetics. You know what I'm saying?
Light little spray tan.
But, you know, this fight has blown up, man. And so, you know, both of them made weight. You know, they complain, but both of them weighed in at 135. You know what I'm saying? They didn't even hit the 136. So Ryan, to me, was just, you know, he was going a little bit overboard with complaining about the rehydration clause. I think he's going to be very, very well once he put on 10 pounds.
Absolutely. I think so.
I got a question. Did you guys think that this fight was going to be as big as it is right now?
Thought it was going to be a little bit bigger. Thought it was going to have a little bit more action to it. I thought the trash talk was going to be a little bit better. You know, I figured it would sell out as fast as it did, but Brian Custer made mention to go to access.com, and there's a couple people that still got some last minute tickets, so it ain't sold out, but I guess all them seats that everybody really, really want, they gone. You know what I'm saying? But it's a couple more seats in the building. I don't know, man. I thought it would be just a little bit better. I don't know.
I'm gonna be honest. I didn't think it was going to be this big. I didn't think the amount of people that showed up in Vegas, because that's one thing I respect about Tank's star power is he's not fighting at Baltimore. Like when I criticize Spence most of his fights is Texas. But with Tank, he's fighting in the Barclays. You know what I'm saying? He's fighting down here in the A. He's about to fight in Vegas. He's fighting all around. So that has made him the bigger face, the bigger name over there at PBC. In my opinion, I think his name right now, in my opinion, is bigger than Errol Spence when it comes to PBC.
That's with boxing for sure, bro. But Ryan brings a whole different element into this game.
He does.
Some people will argue he's the bigger name because he's got more followers on Instagram. You know what I'm saying, man? And they,
I mean,
they all
I hear you, Bruce,
they all
but
have
we can't even validate all those followers. We can validate the resumes, but we can't even validate if all his 9 million followers. This
Are
fight should
real
do
people.
astronomical numbers. If he truly has 9 million plus followers, this fight should do astronomical record-breaking numbers. It should.
and it will too at the gate. And like I told you before, I think pay-per-view is going the way of the freaking carriage. I really think they have to revamp that whole system. And if he has those 9 million followers, every single one of them knows how to stream the fight. So I don't think that's going to reflect on the sales. But as far as a live crowd goes, everybody loves a live fight. That's a different experience. That's something that they could do maybe to enhance the pay-per-views, is have live events that show the pay-per-views at the live event. I've been to they used to do that back in the day. They'd have a live event, a local live event, and they'd also lower the screen down and show the pay-per-view. It would be a great night out, man. You know, you didn't feel cheated at all.
I have a question for you guys, mostly directed towards Bruce. Bruce, do you remember when Don King? This is when Mike Tyson went to jail. He was having these tremendous cards on free television on Fox. Do you guys remember that?
I'm sure I do, but he also had some. See, when Mike Tyson went to jail, Julio Cesar Chavez was Don King's moneymaker. That's when he put on the Chavez Taylor fight, that big card that he had, the four main big fights on the cards. Tito Trinidad was on there, but yeah, no, Don King, his main dollar, his money man was behind the can, so he had to go out and reach out for different avenues. And free TV was big back then. Don knew how to get in bed with ABC, NBC, CBS. You know, this is
Correct. Now this happened not. This is not so. This is probably, I'm gonna have to say, give it around maybe 15 to 20 years ago. You know,
well,
I remember.
Tyson was 30 years ago, bro.
Say that again.
Tyson was in jail 30 years ago.
So then we go farther than that. That's the fight where I saw Terry Norris. He lost his belt because he was disqualified. I think the guy who was fighting was Edwin Santana. That was on free television.
Yeah.
That was on Fox. You know, he had these huge cards. So basically, what I'm trying to say is, can it eventually get back to that?
Your guess is as good as mine. The quality of the fights can, but the way that they sell them to us is going to change.
Well, you know what? The UFC is able to do it. How are they able to do it? And then, you know, how is it that boxing isn't able to do it? Is it that the UFC has a better package, a great undercard?
They basically have a czar. UFC is controlled by, they have their Vince McMahon, that their head figure. Boxing has got many too many chiefs, not enough Indians, as they say.
Yeah, and UFC is regulated too. Like, you're talking about the president. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about the president. You're talking about a single promotion. Bellator, single promotion, single president. Boxing is just an open entity. It's a system. You know, it's a sport with a system that boxers compete. You know what I'm saying? So all the rules are different. In the UFC and Bellator, all the rules are the same. It ain't no switching it up. So, you know, when they schedule their fights, man, sometimes they have 2 championship fights on there. Sometimes they have 3. But people show up and watch the fight. They don't have these discussions like, is pay-per-view dead? Not with MMA. They throwing a fight every other week, this pay-per-view.
So then, what is the prop? What is the missing link in boxing? Then, is it the
I think
fan?
It's not
no,
regulated, man. It's
I,
not.
I, I think the boxes are bigger than the sport of boxing. That to me. That's the problem.
It's like both combat sports has their pros and cons. Like, okay, for instance, just to say the UFC. The UFC pretty much was said to have their fighters on a pigeon diet when it comes to paying them money. They barely make it. When Reebok took over as the fighter kit sponsorships, it prevented the fighters from that step forward to be able to get their own sponsorship and have their own, sponsors on the side where they made most of their money in between fights. Now all that has been taken away. Since then, they have the fight kit, little stipend that they get, and then they have the money that the UFC pay them per fight. They're way behind what boxers that's on a higher tier, just like today, are getting paid. Like if you take somebody over there in the Ultimate Fighting Championship that's on the magnitude of this fight, they're not going to make as much money. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to make as much money as a boxer. That's where it's still trying to grow at. The UFC is still trying to grow to have those multi-million-dollar fights like boxing. You're talking about $10 million plus dollars. I don't think with the biggest UFC fight, I don't think they was up in the 10 to 15, $20 million for a fight. No UFC fighters doing what Canelo's doing. And I think Steven Espinosa said it perfectly. He said it'd be good if they just didn't hand all the money over to 98% of the money over to one Pacific fighter, one or two fighters. I mean, I agree. It seemed like mixed martial arts, they spread loaded, but it's not as much money. But, they keep the fighters active, keep a check coming into the house, and they allow fighters to continue to compete for a championship belt. Hey, and plus they give out bonuses. You get knockout of the night, you get 50,000, fight of the night, 50,000, shit like that. But it's tough, man. It's tough to kind of figure it out. What is the dynamic to switch everything up? That's a tough question, man. I don't have the answer, really.
Can anybody, if anybody had to take a guess in regards to streaming, would anybody be able to know how much they intend on losing tomorrow?
Say that again. You said that. How
How,
you said that again?
how much do you think they intend on losing tomorrow with all the illegal streaming?
Shit, I'm sure a lot, man. I'm sure. Hey, look, I stream so much, I be forgetting that I own some of the shit. I don't even got to stream. Like I be streaming and I be like, oh shit, this on ESPN Plus. I got ESPN Plus. What am I streaming for? Man, it's a bad habit, but I agree. I think Bruce said it earlier, man. People ain't got let alone $80 a month. $80 damn near almost like every week. With as much boxing as we done got this year already, it's like, bruh. People ain't got money to be dropping it 80 here, 60 here, 55 next week, 45, 92,
But they
83.
had to do
Come
it for
on, man.
this fight. They had to do it
Yeah,
for this
yeah,
fight.
for this fight, yeah, of course,
Yeah,
of course. We talking
like
about
you look
all
at
the
Devin
other
Haney.
pay-per-views that ain't worth being on pay-per-view that people
Yeah,
gotta shell out money for. Like, come on, man. We for this type of stuff, we understand. For all that other shit, it's like, man, we can't keep adding all this stuff. Man, I gotta drop 60 on Devin. I gotta drop 80. I got Canelo coming up, and then come on, man, it's too much, man.
but
It's too
then
much.
UFC, the UFC,
I'm broke.
theirs, they don't give a dang what you thinking. They're gonna put their price, and that's the price they're gonna have. You know what I'm saying? You look at the gap, it's 80 something for this pay-per-view, and for Lomachenko and Devin Haney, who are equally have more. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they both have accolades, right? There's 50 something, right? 56, 55, whatever. Devin Haney and Lomachenko, they're in the 50s for their pay-per-view, right?
They are $60. They are $60.
So
Bob said they trying
$60.
out something new. Yeah, they think they're gonna be able to do well at 60. It's a
So they
new
got
test.
60, which is still like a $20 gap when it comes to freaking Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia. It's huge, man. It's a good question. I mean, how
Yeah,
How?
but the DAZN subscribers are paying $60 for Tank and Ryan. If you got DAZN, if you're a DAZN subscriber, you get Tank and Ryan for $60. If
Okay.
not, yeah, if not, you go on the Showtime and you paying 85. So all the DAZN subscribers, they like, ooh yeah, 65, paying the 60. But I think that's because they already paid the $20 or whatever it is a month. But the new people, like, you could do the free trial or whatever, and then still pay the $60 if you new to the zone, so you can still take advantage of that. Everybody's been saying buy the pay-per-view. If you gonna buy it on the zone, but people are having that toss up on whether or not the commentators are gonna be, is it gonna be the zone commentary or Showtime commentary? That's what it seems like the deciding
It
factor for
definitely has
some.
to be Showtime, unless they're gonna switch it up. It definitely they Showtime. It would seem that way. It would seem that way. I don't want to, lie on this month, but it would seem like, yeah, it'll be Showtime. That's interesting. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this fight is ballooned into something that I underestimated. I did. I underestimated this fight will balloon into what I seen today at the weigh-ins. You know what I'm saying? I didn't expect to see all those humans out there for real.
Combat is what I call the perfect storm. You know what I'm saying? I said it all the time, man. You throw the race card in there, you throw a pretty boy in there, you throw a bad boy in there, you mix all that up, and it's kapow. It's combustible. You know what I mean? I'm gonna say something crazy right now. Tank is the Stone Cold Steve Austin of boxing. That's what he is. He's the Stone Cold Steve Austin of boxing, doing the backflip. It's just a matter of time before I hear him say, you know what, I don't need belts. If he says that, yo, that's a mic drop right there. It's like anybody who wants to fight me, man, throw that belt in the trash. You want to make some real money? Let's get it. I'm telling you right now, he does that, I'm gonna be like, yo, bro, yo, church, yo, I'll follow you to hell. This movement that's going on right now. And you know what, I told it to you before combat, and I know a couple of other people have told you, and you're like, hell no. This fight is bigger than Spence versus Crawford, and it's just based on their personalities. Crawford is an introvert. You know what I'm saying? Spence is an introvert. How do you sell that shit?
Damn, dog.
How you sell it?
You're right when you put it like that. They are introverts. They are,
How do
man.
you sell that shit? You can't.
But
That's why
this
the
is
fight.
but this is the most I've seen Ryan talk. But you're right, man. You have a point, man. You have a point. They are introverts until it comes to the weigh-in. You know what I'm saying? They talk they trash, but they're not doing it like this. Like, I thought the New York presser for Ryan and Tank, it fizzled a bit. They did talk trash, it fizzled. And then it got a little bit more physical, at the one in LA. But I think most of it came from online and doing the videos and really, really connecting with the fans on the good boy image and the bad boy image. And they was talking their trash. But that's a good point, man. Both of them are introverts if you look at it.
It's like, it's honestly, look, man, honestly, the fight hasn't been made. I'm sorry to say this, is because the fight can't be sold. That's why the fight hasn't been made, because it can't be sold.
I heard this was a dry run for that fight. I heard this was a dry run.
I don't
That's
see
what I
how.
heard.
I don't look. I'm gonna put it to you like this, man. If I had to bet my life on this, man, I know that they pulled Tank to the side and they said, "Yo, Tank, you got to tone it down a bit because remember when you push Rolly and shit. You know what I'm saying? Yo, just imagine if Rolly got hurt. You know what I'm saying? Yo, you want this payday?" And Tank is like, "Yeah, I want this payday." Yo, you got to chill. And I have a feeling Tank was like, "All right, I'm gonna be on my best behavior. I'm gonna make sure I don't break his leg or whatever."
He
You know,
still pushed him though.
yeah, but it wasn't that Rolly push.
Yeah, it wasn't a really push. Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, I haven't seen a fight with this much. Man, I keep saying it, man. Look, when you throw I've said it, man. You want a great fight? The number one thing you need in a great fight is the race card. Always since the
Bro,
beginning of.
tomorrow the race card is in there, bro, because just like Manny Pacquiao and Floyd, the before this fight, this is tomorrow's Kentucky Derby Day. It's all about the race, bro. Kentucky Derby Day. I remember the Floyd and Manny fight, bro. Tom Brady, Gronk, they were all at the Kentucky Derby. They took the private jet right to the fight. That's how big this event is, man. It's
Yup.
it's it's not a fight. It's an event the whole fucking day. Big money. Go down to Kentucky, have a fucking mink julep, and fucking blow some money. Get on the jet and go to fucking Vegas. I mean, I
Bruce,
don't have to. I do
you
that
just
for my.
said it. Bruce, you just said it. It's not a fight. It's an event. You just nailed it right there. This shit is an event.
Woo! Yeah,
This shit is
I
an
like
event.
that.
You know
This
what I'm
ain't no
saying?
fight.
Look, you got to understand one thing, man. When you really drop it down and you really start seeing things for what it is, you know, yo, listen, man, I've sat down and, I've given the science of this. You know what I'm saying? Where's Ryan from? Ryan's from LA. You know what I'm saying? Even though Ryan is not a part of that, when you talk about gang culture, you talk about the Mexican gangs and the black gangs, bro. There's always been that rivalry. That's a rivalry that's been since the beginning of time. You know what I'm saying? And even though Tank is from the East Coast and he doesn't know, anything about those West Coast ways, you know what I'm saying? Just because of the color of his skin, you know what I'm saying? He's swooped into that. This is the perfect storm. This fight right now, I'm telling you right now, that this fight could go 3 rounds, right? And if they go toe to toe, and if Tank obliterates Ryan, yo, I'm telling you right now, there's gonna be a rematch. If they go toe to toe, and Ryan gets obliterated, yo, Ryan is gonna be like, I went toe to toe, and listen to what I'm saying. That's when he's gonna say, I got obliterated because of the weight draining. Yo, these dudes are not stupid. They're not stupid. The reason why Ryan is saying all this shit about the weight draining is because he has it on his back pocket to use it as an excuse to get the rematch. He's already building these. He's giving you the front street of all these excuses. All Ryan got to do is go out on his shield, and he won. That's all he got to do. If he goes out on his shield, he won because everybody. What does everybody think about Ryan? Meow. He got that meow in him. Come on, man. Yo, you got your mom and dad. You got the silver spoon. Man, you don't know about you don't know about the hard knocks of life, man. You're gonna fold. And if he goes in there and he goes toe to toe and gets annihilated, bro, we're having a rematch. That's honestly, that'll be better than it going to the going getting a decision. If they go toe to toe, the mano a mano, and they go for broke and Tank annihilates him. That's a better outcome than it going to the scorecards. My opinion.
I think that excuse that weight, the excuse don't really like. I don't see how people are hanging on to it like it's legit. I mean, the kids never even fought at 140. Like you requested a fight at 140, you never been at 140. And then Fortuna wanted to fight at 138 because he couldn't make 35. So if Fortuna could have made 35, you would have made 35 in your last fight. So, like Tank said at the press conference, are you a 35-pound fighter or not? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're a 35-pound fighter, then you should be happy that you getting a pound over. You know what I'm saying? You get to come in at 136. What's the problem? If you a 35-pound fighter, and Ryan never answered the question. You know what I'm saying? If he was or if he wasn't. But at the same time, it's like you got people out here saying Tank's scared because he's not fighting Ryan at his best at 140 pounds. How you know that's his best? And he ain't never fought at 140 pounds. Like, what are you talking about? So, I don't know, man. The weight shit, that shit don't hold no weight to me, at least.
I'm gonna put it to you like this, Blunt. It holds weight because the majority of Ryan's fans are blind fans. They're blind. They're blind. I'll give you a perfect scenario. I guarantee you tomorrow, right? Around 11 o'clock, right? Around 11 o'clock, if they don't see the television on in my house, they're gonna ask my wife and my daughter, yo, you ain't putting the fight on? And if I tell them, nah, Nah, I don't want to pay for that shit. They're gonna be like, yo, but come on, man, we want to watch it. But you never wanted to watch anything else before. Yeah, yeah, but we want to watch this. Let me ask you guys. Do you guys know anything about Ryan's excuses about making weight? Nah, we don't give a shit about that. We're blind fans. We just want to see the fight. Can you turn it on, please? And we're not going to give you no money for it, because you're going to pay for it. We're blind fans, and that's the majority of Ryan's fans. They're blind. They're blind fans, and whatever he says, they're going to believe.
I don't think he has that much control like that, man. Like, look, just think about his 9 million followers. Who else? Okay, before I ask a dumb question, let me check something out right quick. And I want to give a shout out to Haynes Legacy on deck with the $5 super chat. Appreciate you, brother. One love, much appreciated. I want to look up something right quick about. Let me see. Before I ask this question, I want to. Okay. Canelo Alvarez has 14.7 million followers. Who is in between the Ryan Garcia and Canelo Alvarez having more followers in boxing? So you guess about how many boxers it is in the sport, and then you take social media following. When it comes, I think you said this earlier, Chaos, or it might have been somebody else, but Canelo brings a country. Ryan Garcia, it might have been Bruce, I'm not sure. And Ryan Garcia brings social media. But Canelo has 14.7 million. Nobody ever talks about his social media following when he fights. They just talk about him as a fighter. Him and how he goes out here and continue to be the face of boxing. As in Ryan, of course, he doesn't have the resume of Canelo Alvarez. So therefore, they use the tag social media star, his popularity. So I'm thinking Ryan may be the only one in the sport of boxing that's close enough to Canelo with the following right now. I don't think there's nobody else out there that's close. But yeah, I just want to make that point. When it comes to Canelo, they say he has a country behind him, and he's the face of boxing because he's fought this person, that person, and the other. But with Ryan Garcia, it's always the popularity from social media.
That's definitely agreed, but the difference, you just said it. You just hit the nail on the head. You said that Canelo has a country, and we're talking about a country that's rich in boxing history. They'll follow Canelo. You know what I'm saying? His fans will follow him, but they'll be like, "Yo, what the fuck is he talking about? I know boxing, bro. I think Canelo's on some shit." You know what I'm saying? While Ryan, his fan base is really a bunch of teeny boppers. He's the Justin Bieber of boxing. You know what I'm saying? And his followers, they really don't know much of anything. They just want to see him win, and they'll pay the $90 and not care because they just want to see.
Why haven't they put him on pay-per-view before now? If his followers are dedicated to him, like a cult following, like why haven't they did anything to benefit off this before? If he has such a huge social media following,
The reason why, I'm going to tell you what I feel. I feel that Ryan has been flip-flopping. You know what I'm saying? He's 1 minute he's all in, the next minute he's all out. 1 minute he's all in, then the next minute is like, yo, I'm having depression. It's like with Ryan, it's a soap opera. It's like it actually is social media. It's one of these reality shows. That's what Ryan is. He's a freaking you know what I'm saying? Honestly, I don't know how he did it. I mean, let's be honest. How the hell did he do it? Can anybody answer that? How did Ryan get to where he got? I mean, he's a decorated amateur, but he's not a great amateur. You know what I'm saying?
He's a celebrity.
I just go back to when he was calling out Gervonta, and he ducked Devin when he was the interim WBC titleist. He didn't want to fight him. He basically told them to talk to his attorneys. He ducked Gervonta. He pulled out of that fight and said he was fighting Manny Pacquiao. That didn't ever come to fruition, either one of them. He went on a mental health situation, and then he came back to the sport with this declaration that he was hell bent on fighting Gervonta. Now I guess he was ready to go all out for Gervonta. So he had 2 fights, and now we are where we are. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Combat, let's not forget that little circus he had with Canelo. That was a circus in itself too.
Yeah, but I just think Canelo won that hands down. Like Canelo said he was lazy, basically. You know what I'm saying? And somebody with 14.7 million IG followers say you're lazy, people gonna perk up and say, well, Canelo must be right. He must have seen something. Because how can them two not mesh together? Like you have a Mexican star and you have a Mexican, well, what do you call Ryan? A Latino, American, whatever? What do you call him?
Are you ready? All right. Now everybody knows that Fernando Vargas was a Mexican American, right or wrong? That's a fact.
Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah.
So if we know Fernando Vargas was a Mexican American, what the hell do you call freaking Ryan? Don't know. I really don't. I don't know what the fuck you call that guy. I'm being honest
And
because
he don't know Spanish either, right?
that's what I'm saying. He don't know
Right.
Spanish.
I don't know, man.
And
I don't know how to do that.
and in the Mexican and in that Mexican fan base, man, they're very hard on you, man. And if you don't know Spanish, man, yo, you better do something. That's why they accepted Fernando Vargas. You know what I'm saying? Because he had that warrior, that Aztec warrior mentality. I'm going out on my shield. I'm Mexican. Blah 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 blah. Ryan don't even have that.
Yeah. What do you think about Juice Lee? Juice said Ryan is a prospect. Every fighter has fanatics.
Um, Nobody's ever had as many fanatics as Ryan Garcia. Nobody. And if I'm wrong, tell me what fighter has had the type of fanatics that Ryan has. Because the reason why he's here is because of his fanatics. That's the only reason why he's here.
Keyshawn damn near got them fanatics the way they talk about him, but then he ain't got that following, he ain't got them people on the social media to boost that up. But the way these people act about that boy, you would swear he got some fanatics too. But I don't know, man. Ryan, man. I heard somebody else say Ryan's like a blue chip prospect as well. So I don't know. I say kind of, sort of, but he is kind of ahead of them, I guess you could say.
There's no way I can agree that he's a prospect with 20 plus professional wins. It's no way in hell that he's a prospect. It's no way. Even though he has mediocre competition, it's no way, man. I can't call that man a prospect, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because when does a prospect go out the window at the end of the day? Because T.O., let's not forget, at 13 fights, T.O. went in there and did what? Fought for a title eliminator, won, and in his 15th fight, he won the championship.
Don't prospect go away when you fight somebody that's elite, when you're no longer fighting, when you're no longer fighting them run-of-the-mill dudes, them 17-5 dudes, them 16-2, been knocked out once before type of guys. Like, when you start fighting elite dudes that's contenders and future champions, ain't that, when you pass out of the prospect things?
I mean, it depends on who you asking the question to. Like, in boxing, things are different. Like the way people perceive, the achievements of these fighters are very slow. Like 1 minute they did something great, and then a week from now, people are criticizing them for whatever the case may be. The next fight, they don't perform well. They criticize like as if this fight that you was just bragging on with them, that didn't exist. That's gone.
Yeah.
That don't happen in MMA. They just remember everything. But boxing, if what you did yesterday is this, and then you go into another fight and you look subpar both fights, they saying you're a bum. You know what I'm saying? Like I always mention the Shakur Stevenson when he fought Toka Conclara and Nakathila. Both of those fights, Shakur Stevenson fought a very safe fight, a very technically safe fight. And people say, oh, man, he's overrated. He don't want to take no risk. Since then, he's became a two-weight world champion.
Right.
It all depends, man. It all depends when it comes to
So,
boxing.
so the question is, if we don't consider him a prospect, then the question would be, when was he a prospect? Because I don't think we could even answer that.
I don't know when he was a prospect because that's a good question. Like when was he even considered a prospect? No
You
one
know
can
what
really
he?
remember when he was a prospect.
Yo, you know what? I'm gonna tell you what Ryan is. Ryan is like a Halley's comet. You just looked up into the sky and you saw this shit coming down, and it just hit the fucking earth, and here we are. We don't know why it's here. We don't know how it got here, but it's fucking here.
Do you feel that do you feel if Ryan was to win this fight, he would face Devin Haney? If Devin Haney wins the Lomachenko fight, you know what I'm saying? Let's just say Devin Haney wins the Lomachenko fight. Devin Haney is a fighter that Ryan Garcia pretty much ducked already. So at this point in time, him and Gervonta Davis isn't fighting for a belt. So let's just say he wins. I'm not saying he is because I'm going for Tank. Let's just say he wins. Do you think he fights Devin, or Devin will want to fight Ryan Garcia?
Devin would do everything in his power. He'd even probably chop off his left arm and his right leg, and he'd probably even give a testicle to fight Ryan. But Ryan would not want to fight Devin because Ryan is going to be on his shit, and Ryan's going to be like, "You're not good enough. There's not enough money." Ryan would probably go up to 140 and wait for a mega fight at that at 140, because this is what people feel about Devin. He's a very gifted fighter, but he's not of the mega fight caliber. He's not. This is what the boxing socialists say. He's a boring fighter. You know what I'm saying? Gifted, boring, and it doesn't sell. You know what I mean? That's why I don't think Ryan would give. If Ryan wins, he wouldn't give him a shot. Ryan is only looking for big money to leave the sport. He's really in the sport to pimp the sport out. You know what I'm saying? He's here to pimp the sport out. He doesn't care about the sport. He is here to honestly pimp the sport out, and everything is about him. Everything is a business move. He doesn't make decisions just everything's very calculated. And I don't think he wants any part of Devin. He wants blockbuster money making fights, and him fighting Devin is not a blockbuster fight.
Damn, how do okay, this is difficult for me to try to determine when Devin becomes a household name, because even though it's not about him, but it's interesting to add him into the conversation because he is the lightweight undisputed world champion. So he would have defeated Kambosos twice, which really no one accredits him the value because Tio wasn't 100% on that night. But you have to give him credit for beating Kambosos twice in Australia. And if he fights Lomachenko and wins, we can't treat it as if we give Lomachenko the same value we gave Kambosos. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he beat Lomachenko, but Tio did it before. You know what I'm saying? Tio beat him already. So Devin's value has to have some type of advancement on it. If he to go ahead and defeat Lomachenko, like damn, if he can't if they ain't respecting that man after he defeat Lomachenko, man, they in trouble. They in more trouble. They in more trouble.
The thing is, too, he's undisputed. Once again, we have to see how much the belts come into play, because Devin Haney, he shouldn't have to go looking for any opponents, man. He's Correct. At the top of the hill. They should be tugging at his heels, man, nipping at him, bro. If he beats Lomachenko, which I think he will, I think that's going to put him in an elite position where anybody who has any claim to the lightweight division has to go through Devin Haney.
But it's almost like the claim with this fight right here. They're saying that claim don't matter, Bruce. I can make good money and bring butts to the seats without the belts. So who's really the man at lightweight division? That's kind of what the anthem is right now, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Like they brought all these people out to Vegas. What
Who's
now?
gonna be better than Devin Haney when he gets by Lomachenko?
I
Shakur.
feel you on that. I mean, I feel you.
Shakur, I can't say Shakur. Shakur's still he's only had one fight at lightweight.
He has only had one fight at lightweight, but I think we know the trajectory based off him being a unified champ at the weight prior.
But
And
it's all projected. It's all the trajectory, like you said. He's got to prove himself against a 135 pounder. And believe me, there's a plethora of them out there. They just have to sign the contracts and get in the ring with each other and get rid of this diva mentality that's going around boxing.
yeah,
Look, since I don't know how long it's been, but it's a fact that Devin Haney has always been the ugly duckling of the crew. Tio was telling him, yo, beat it, scram. Yo, you get no love. How many other fights? Ryan Garcia, beat it, scram. Even Tank, beat it, scram. All these guys, they shit on Devin. You know what I'm saying? Even at Undisputed, he's still not getting the respect that he deserves. There's only one person that could get Devin to the real top of that mountain. And that's going to be Tank steamrolling on Ryan and him having a mega fight with Devin. That's if Devin beats Tank, he'll be on top of the mountain because people are starting to realize these belts don't mean shit. Look at Charlo, undisputed. He gets treated like dog doo doo. Am I lying?
Well, that's because he treat his fans like dog doo doo.
But is he even? Where is he in the pound for pound? You know what I'm saying?
They had him on the pound for pound. I think it was one time where all the lights went out at one time and they came back on. He was on pound for pound. It was a glitch though.
There you go. You know what I'm saying? So people are starting to realize, like, yo, these belts really don't mean nothing. These belts don't mean nothing. Who's watered down the belts? Canelo's watered down the belt with all the bullshit games he's played. You know what I'm saying? Floyd was telling us for the longest, yo, the hell with these belts. The hell with these belts. You're the man. You make the belt. The belt don't make you. We're talking about Devin Haney has every single belt. You know what I'm saying?
But you
And
said something just then. You know, the belts don't make you. The man make the belts.
correct. Correct.
So pretty much Tank, he's making, you know what I'm saying? He's the man that's making a name for himself. Like he only has the WBA regular title, but boxing allows him to be considered a champion based off that WBA regular title.
Correct.
Devin has all of them, include the franchise, and it seems like every time his name is mentioned, a belt is making him. People mention the belts first with Devin Haney. They don't mention Devin Haney as not needing the belts. They mention it's like, okay, yeah, he has all the belts, but it's something missing with him is when it comes to the next level.
There is something missing because look, he's fighting Lomo, right? Lomo was considered a god. Now nobody talks about Lomo. Lomo's like nobody even talks about him. That's just the luck that Devin has. I don't know what is it. You know what I'm saying? I know that if Lomo was fighting Tank, it would be huge. I know that if Lomo was fighting Ryan Garcia, it would be huge. The Lomo Devin fight is really not. Yo, people are not like, yo. What do they keep saying? Lomo's old. Lomo's old. Lomo's old. I mean, you know, I just feel that, you know, some people have bad luck, you know what I'm saying? And Devin, you know, there were a lot of people kicking dirt in his face. You know, he got the 4 belts, he's undisputed, and he's still not getting the respect he deserves. I think that him and Tank have to face each other, and the winner of that fight will be king, the true king.
Well, you know why Devin doesn't get his respect, because all but the boxing purists crave a knockout. We who know boxing, we understand what Devin's about. We appreciate his skills, but the average casual or the just the non-fan, they want to see a knockout. That's what boxing is all about. So that's why Devin has more naysayers on his side than he does fans, because he's the sweet science. And you know, and YouTube, you just go. It all depends on who you listen to. That's how big Devin Haney is. But the majority, like I said, the majority of boxing observers, they want to see that KO. they want to see that definitive end. This is the only sport where we can watch a whole contest and we don't know the outcome until three people tell us what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Look, case in point, I'll give you Pernell Whitaker, right? Pernell Whitaker had two sides of his career. In the beginning of his career, it wasn't even a contest, man. He was just making his opponents, you know what I'm saying? He was making his opponents, he was embarrassing his opponents. It came a time where they sat him down and they said, "Look, man, we don't want you to use your legs anymore. You're a defensive genius. Stay in the pocket. Stay in the pocket, make them miss." And guess what? Pernell did that. And then he got the big money fights. I'm sorry, look, boxing isn't fair. It's not a fair. Everybody knows it's not a fair sport. You know what I'm saying? You don't make your money off of the diehard fans. That's not where you make your money. You make your money off of the casuals. That's where the big money comes. Once you get the casuals, then that's when you make big money. Canelo, he got casuals. The casuals is what makes you a millionaire.
Yeah, the boxing fans, they're gonna take anything that you give us, anything you throw at us. We're gonna take it. We're gonna buy it. It's the casuals that make it more of an event like tomorrow's fight. There's a lot more people going to be watching that than fans of boxing. It's a whole different market, and that's what they have to tap. That's why Sugar Ray Leonard. That's why Ali, even Hagler to an extent. That's why they were more popular because people related to these fighters. Even my mom would ask me, who's Sugar Ray Leonard's fighting this weekend? What's going on? It would be contagious. But unfortunately, somebody like Devin Haney, it's only the hardcore boxing fans that are watching him now. That's just the way it is. That's the way it goes. Some fighters, they have the it factor.
And Devin don't got it, in my opinion. I don't think
Devin
Devin got it, man.
don't got it, man.
It's just a
He's a
little too
vet.
boring, man. Me personally, it don't excite me. Uh, Apparently, he don't generate the money like that. Couldn't sell out in his hometown. I mean, like, you can have all the belts in the world, man. Tattoo your legs up, tattoo your body up like Tank. Get your gold teeth and your diamond teeth. You know what I'm saying? You can do all these things, bro. I don't. It's like, and I don't think his father helps the situation either. To be honest, it's just it gives off corny vibes, and I respect the work. I will respect the work. I respect the career. I respect the trials and tribulations. But to me, it just the appeal ain't there for me with Devin.
Let me let Juice Lee get in here. Salute, Juice. How you feeling,
Hey,
brother?
what's popping? What's popping?
I'm
What's
good.
the deal?
Hey, not too much. Getting ready for this fight. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got their opinions on everything. I mean, the whole thing with the Ryan thing is like, I don't know why everybody's so hard on him. I just don't expect much of him. That's like, if you hard on somebody, it's because you expect a lot of them. I don't expect much out of Ryan. So that's why I say he's
Damn,
a
solid
prospect.
point, bro. That's an
He a
educated
prospect.
point right there.
He a prospect. I mean, he's done the same thing as Michelle Rivera and what's that guy's name is Martin. He's on that same level. He's fought the same level of opposition. So I can't expect him to go in there and people talking about his fans. He does not. I don't hear nobody on the YouTube sphere talking about Ryan Garcia's fans like that. And on any channel. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Hey, well,
if you
it's
want to talk
crazy.
about fanatics, you want to talk about fanatics. You want to talk about like Wilder as fanatics, Earl as fanatics, Canelo as fanatics, like people that gang bang over it. There's nobody gang banging over Ryan.
You know what? Yeah, you might. It seems like a lot of them came out of nowhere with all this.
Well, that's what casuals do. You know what I'm saying?
With the
People
weight.
getting up for this fight on a casual level though. We talking about like hardcore people that do this every day. They
Yeah,
not talking about Ryan like that. There's nobody in that a dedicated member in that comment section or any live talking about Ryan this, Ryan that.
yeah, yeah. There's nobody out there that's like, man, I'm a huge Ryan fan.
I
You know
mean,
what
he
I'm
has a
saying?
shot. Everybody has a puncher's chance, but that's what I think a lot of the intrigue is to see. I mean, honestly, this is probably the biggest puncher Tank been in there with, honestly. So, they just intrigued to see if what can Ryan do? Can he get anything off? You know what I'm saying? They trying to just assess it that way. I mean, he already won. You know what I'm saying? He ain't taking this fight for no reason. Everybody knows boxing is a business before they put on them gloves.
I don't know what's next for the kid after this, whether he win or he lose. I mean, if he
If he
win,
wins,
I can see what's next for him if he win. But if he lose,
I do
I
look.
don't see
He
shit
win. He
up.
fighting Teofimo Lopez. That's huge. That's huge. That's gonna go crazy.
Agreed. That's going to be insane. Agreed.
You
You know what I'm
said
saying? I can
who
see the
wins
path.
if
I can
Ryan
see the
wins?
path.
Rolly will fight Tio before
No,
Ron.
but think about this. Think about this. If
No, they
Ryan goes in
friends
there, no,
though.
no, but check it out. Check it
They
out though.
friends.
If Ryan goes in there and and people talk, oh, he ain't gonna fight Devin. If he goes in there and knocks out unstoppable Tank, what don't you? Why would he not fight soft fisted Haney? Why would he fight Tio if he knocked out Tank? He gonna feel like he gonna think like he invincible. He gonna think everything he said, all that conviction. He gonna believe that shit. He gonna believe the hype.
I mean, we know like boxing knows lucky shots though. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like Beck the Bully feels that Gabe got a lucky shot on him in their first fight, and now they running it back. So I can't see a like I don't know. I think Chaos said that. So I think multiple people said it, but I can't see Ryan. It's gonna be a rematch if Ryan win. That's for sure.
Oh, 100%. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
They gonna make the money. You know what I'm saying? I just want to see what the numbers do. I mean, this could help. This is honestly everybody's like, oh, this and that. With no belts, none of that. It helps the sport though. We need something like this right now. Because I know it's a lot of people talking to me that don't even fuck with boxing in any capacity talking about this fight. My little brother, he don't watch none of the fights unless he just shows up at the crib. He's like, oh, bro, the
So Jones
Ryan
said the same
Garcia Tank
thing.
fight.
Yeah,
You know
yeah.
what I'm saying? So it's like, it's gonna do something for the sport. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully they show out and just make it make sense. Because at first it really don't make sense why they fighting to begin with.
Yeah.
You
Listen,
think you think you
you
think
just.
Ryan? I was
I'm
going to say
sorry. Go
one.
ahead.
You think Ryan fans and Jake Paul fans are one and the same?
No,
Nah, cause all the Jake Paul
I
fans
think
was supportive of Jake. Well, I mean that whole rehydration clause catch weight thing for Jake was, Jake didn't catch no flack about that, but Jake ain't no boxer. He was getting ready to fight a real boxer. You know what I'm saying? But I mean,
right. People gotta remember Ryan is a real boxer. Like he's been boxing since he was a kid. You know what I'm saying? Paul, he
But
came out of TV shows or something. I don't know. I don't know where he came from, but you know what I'm saying? It's still different. Ryan just got an appeal to just a casual person on some kind of level, whether it be how they set up his YouTube or how they set up his social media as marketing. You know what I'm saying? So
I never
other than
heard of
that,
Ryan until Ryan started boxing. I'd have no clue who Ryan Garcia was until I saw him turn professional. So that's how limited my knowledge is. But I see him on the same level as a Jake Paul. I see him bringing in a different element to boxing, and it might be good. It might be good for boxing, but to me, it's a lot of hype training. And tomorrow, I want to see Ryan. I want to see if he can fulfill the promise. If he talks the talk, let's see if he can walk the walk. That's why this fight is so cool. And believe me, this is pay per view. If I had to buy it, I'd buy all these fights. But the thing is, I don't have to. And this is on boxing to fix that. It's not on me for not buying the fights. It's on them for making it so easy to stream it.
with everything I view. I mean, Charles Martin and what was it? Luis King Ortiz is not a pay per view. You know, pay per view should be saved for like the like a occasion, like it comes around once a year, like Christmas or 4th of July or something. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't have that same appeal that mystique behind now. It's buy because I like to watch boxing. I've always liked to watch boxing, so I'm a buy. But that's what a casual person that might not have it like that. That's what they thinking. Like, oh man, this is $90, and they don't even know the fighters. Why is this on pay per view?
That's what I'm thinking.
Listen, you made up a great point. I could just see it right now. I envision it. All Ryan has to do is go out on his shield. If he goes out on his shield, he saves face. He gets to fight another day. If he could somehow or another, you know, get a fight with Teofimo Lopez, that type of circus is going to be insane. Just like Combat said, now you putting in Bud Light, Hennessy, Gatorade. It's
Mm-hmm.
gonna the circus.
Ah, shit, dog.
Yo,
No, for
This
real. You
shit
gotta
would
think
be
about it. Like
incredible,
they
man.
they rolling their
Never
dice,
see.
thinking that okay, boom, we haven't made a splash with any of our young prospects on this side. Devin Haney's a dud, great fighter, but he's a dud. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody's checking for. It all started with the email belt. People gotta go back when he got that email title. That kind of sealed his fate at 135. You know what I'm saying?
Ooh, damn.
So if he never did that, it would have been different. It'd be different for him. He should have pulled a bow move. You know what I'm saying? But they were so thirsty for that belt. And another thing that people say a lot that's not true. He was never the mandatory to Lomachenko, ever.
Exactly. Exactly. He was never the mandatory, man.
You know what I'm saying? It came out of, and people could say, "Oh no, no, no!" I'm like, just because you're number one, it has to be ordered. Like people are like, "Oh yeah, you could." No, you have to be ordered to be mandatory. You could be number one forever. Look at Dillian White. He was number one to Wild for what, 3 years, and getting over. You know what I'm saying? Getting overlooked. Like, and I watched Bill talk about that with Suleiman, and he couldn't say nothing. Suleiman's like, "Y'all took that. Y'all knew when y'all took that intern, y'all were not about to get the fight." So it's a lot of cap, and then people start, realizing that it's a lot of cap going over there, and you're not knocking nobody out for the casuals. That's gonna seal your fate every time, really.
Oh man, but shit, I can't even see how that shit would play out, bro. With all the shit going on with Rolly, with Tio getting ready to fight Josh Taylor, I expect Tio to win, gain the title. I mean,
Oh, I'm
I
taking Josh
don't
Taylor in that
see.
fight.
Yeah, ooh, yeah. I mean,
People
I've heard
understand how
people.
big,
Yeah,
like people understand how
yeah,
big
that's
Josh
what I'm
Taylor is.
hearing.
Paul,
Yeah, they
like
say he's
I
big.
seen him next to Crawford one time, and I was like, "What? This dude fights at 140?"
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't make no sense. These people, you know what I'm saying, that people can shrink down to these weights. But Josh Taylor, he's like that. I mean, people forget that he was in the tournament and he beat, you know what I'm saying? Uh, what's his name? Uh, God damn, I can't even think of his name right now. Uh, two-time champ, Ruger. You know what I'm saying? So it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah.
you know what I'm saying? He wasn't picked to win that fight, but he was doing his thing. He knows how to fight in the inside. He got power. You know what I'm saying? Tio might not have the same confidence now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think. I mean,
You
it sets the storyline so smooth. I mean, Frank and Bob, Frank Warren and Bob, they gonna cash Taylor out. They gonna make sure it's good for him. You know what I'm saying? But it's gonna set the narrative, man. Devin gonna move up. He gonna want some belts. Tio and Taylor, Regis gonna have to fight. Tio can say, "Oh, I beat Josh Taylor. You didn't beat you. You couldn't even do that. The same way he do that shit. I beat Loma. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? He gonna carry it the same way. It's only gonna
Oh,
influence,
100%. And the thing
you
is, I
know.
can guarantee Devin's not about to move up and fight no champ. I can guarantee that. He's not about to fight, use a WBO mandatory with being a super champ and move up to fight whoever has that belt at 140. I can guarantee that's not going to be his first fight at 140. You got to have the power. You got to remember these dudes are different, a different breed up there. That's why it's weight class before division. 5 pounds is a different animal. You put Lomachenko up to 140, look how he would look just standing next to one of them dudes.
Shit, that nigga Loma just said he'll go back down and try to fight anyway.
Hey, I wouldn't mind watching it. You know what I'm saying? I like fights. Shit, I watch a lot of shit. But I want to ask y'all, what y'all think about that Saudi deal with the 4 heavyweights in one night? Y'all hear
Not
about it?
hap- not happening.
I mean, it'd be dope though.
It would be dope, but I don't think it's gonna happen. I'm under that
They
same.
got a lot of money out there to throw around though. You seen they built a whole arena that one time
Yeah,
from
they
the
did.
ground up, out the sand.
And that's just like building a Legos house for them. They'll build it up
Yeah,
and tear it
exactly.
down.
They could, yeah, you're right. And we can make a bigger one. They got a lot of money to play with. That's why they buy what they buy and do what they do. Them princes got unimaginable wealth. They talking about Elon Musk, the richest man in the world. These dudes got wealth that you can't calculate.
Have you seen the flyer that was out there with Tyson Fury fighting Ruiz and Deontay Wilder fighting Joshua over there in the sand? In
No,
the
I didn't get
same
to see that
card.
one.
I mean, I don't. It's not a. I don't think it's official, but
I saw the one where they had Wilder versus Joshua, Usyk versus Fury one night. That's what I've been seeing.
I mean that'd be huge for a card too. In Saudi, because Deontay went over there for a reason.
Yep,
You know what I'm saying? He went over there
there's some
for a reason, man.
machinations going on. Yeah, there's
Yeah,
some shit at play. You don't go over there just a vacation. You
yeah,
talking business.
yeah. You
You know,
gotta
you
do
gotta see what
some
the
business,
money
man.
looking like.
You know
That's
what?
crazy.
The person who could throw a wrench on that fight is Anthony Joshua because of his ego. He has a huge ego, and just the thought of him not being the headliner would drive him so crazy because he's such an egotistical human being that he'd be like, "Nah, I don't care how much you pay me. I'm not fighting."
I mean, we don't know that man's mind, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like for the right amount of money, people be moved to do a lot of different things. You know what I'm saying? A lot of
Sell
people
your
move the ego to
soul.
the side for the right amount of zeros behind them commas. I'll just tell you that right now. Any human being. You know what I'm saying? So,
I mean,
boom.
AJ's
He's
been a
not in a
cat.
position. And look, you gotta be self-aware. He's not in no position to be. Look, you off a 2 loss. You didn't look spectacular against Franklin. You know what I'm saying? We building you. Now's the time. Like it's late, but they doing that with boxing now. Wilder and Joshua should have happened like 4 or 5 years ago. But now that's what they're doing. Okay, we're gonna give you guys fight now. Like Manny and Floyd, we're gonna give this fight to y'all now. You know what I'm saying? Like it's Earl and Crawford if they ever get in the ring. We're gonna give this fight to y'all now. Marination. You know what I'm saying? When somebody's old, now we got a lot of people can save face after the fight now. Things have changed. Both were undefeated at one point in time. Both were knocking everybody's heads off at one point in time. Now they look different in the light.
So you
You,
honestly think that Anthony Joshua would take a back seat to Tyson Fury and Usyk?
You gotta look at the play, man. You gotta look at the play. Boom. You co-main the winner. It's like a little tournament, low key. You know what I'm saying? You win that fight, you get the win, you get to get your get back of Usyk 3, and then boom, if it's Fury, boom, you in Wembley, you was gonna be the B side to him anyway.
We're talking about an individual who knew he had flaws in his game, and they told him from the longest, yo, you got to come to the U.S. You got to switch it up. You got to switch it up. He stayed stuck, and now is when he decided to switch it up. Anthony Joshua is stuck in his ways and is an egotistical maniac. He has the number one fan base in the whole world. The English fans, bro, those guys will follow you off a cliff. That guy sell even to this day he still sells out Wembley. You'd have
Yeah,
to
I mean,
off.
because they look, he had great performances there, bro. You gotta look at that. You can't think about right now. What did he do to get that big following over there? He was knocking people's heads off. We can't take it
My,
away from the man. I mean, you could say
my
all this.
brother, let
You
me
know what I'm
ask you a
saying? Like,
question.
well, Charles Martin was paid, and then he bought Vladimir out of retirement, and
hmm
then Joseph Parker he
that's how
went
you
to
build
Disney.
them.
So
Look, that's
I
how
don't
you
know
build them.
who head he was knocking off. Look, most of the heads you're talking about was before he got the titles. Truth be told, you know what I'm saying? It was before
True,
he got the
true.
title.
But they built, like, think about it. You got to build up. Like, if I don't know if any of y'all did marketing or anything, like it's building. It don't
Yeah,
matter. We looking at all the shit in the background underneath the rug, but we talking about building somebody up. That's what they did. They did a great job at doing that
yeah, he
because
did.
they making money.
Yeah, paper
And
champ.
it look and look at this. They got built up so well. Al Heyman had Charles Martin on his side of the street. He could have had Wilder unified with that man. He
Do
sold him
you,
out to AJ.
do you know who Frank Bruno is?
It
Yes, I know
was
Frank Bruno is.
8 to 9 million they gave him, right? Eight,
Yeah,
9 million, something like that.
yeah. About 8-9 million after the gate and everything. But I think it was 7 guaranteed. You know what I'm
So
saying?
he
So it's
took a
like
dive.
I do know who Frank Bruno is, but
Okay, so Frank Bruno, regardless of what he did, and listen, blessings to the man. You know what I'm saying? He was a great fighter, but he wasn't. He didn't live up to the the expectations. And the English fans, man, they followed him, man. They revered him more than they revered Lennox Lewis. You know what I'm saying? Listen, the English fans, man, when they follow you, man, it's to the death. They don't care what you do, and that shit got Anthony Joshua's head messed up. That's one of the reasons why the fight was never made because he's an egotistical maniac.
I don't think. I mean, I think that. I think that's a lot with the suits. You know what I'm saying? Like fighters, they don't have gloves on writing contracts, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like they leave that to the people with the know how to draft all these things for them and do the talking behind the scenes. You can't just say, oh, this person. You know what I'm saying? The fighter did this. It's a lot of business that happen. Like it's like buying a house. It's a lot of paperwork. There's a lot of things that have to be passed on. A lot of things that have to be looked at. So I mean, the fight didn't happen. You know, we would like to see it. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? They talked it up. It was good, but they both took L's and they both went in a different direction. You know, that's what happens. You know what I'm saying? When you think that you plan ahead and it don't work out that way. Just that simple.
I just think that Anthony Joshua, he's the type of human being that, you know what, man, even after the loss to Andy Ruiz, you know what I'm saying? He sells out Wembley everywhere he goes. I don't know about now. Everywhere he goes, he was selling out. He's a superstar out there, you know, and that's gonna affect his brain. I really can't see him taking a back seat to Tyson Fury Usyk when he could just tell Wilder, why are we doing a backseat when honestly the fight that the world wants to see is me and you, not Fury
True.
Usyk. Nobody want to see that
No,
shit.
yeah, I'm with that, but I'm saying there has to be a reason. Like they all went over to Saudi Arabia. There has to be a lot of money to make you say something different than that. Cause I get what you're saying. That's the obvious. Like, bro, we both stars in our own right. We both sold out here, there. We knocking. You know what I'm saying? We both got the power. These dudes are more of a finesse game with a fight between those. But it has to be a lot of zeros for them to take a back seat, make you comfortable in the back seat. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at it like that. And then boom, if we cap off the year with something like that, and if we get like, God, you know what I'm saying, God willing, we get a Earl and a Bud fight, you know what I'm saying? That'd be a decent year.
Okay, I
So
got a
the fights
question
we've
for
had
you
so far.
because even though the Saudis like spending money, you know what I'm saying, they're still businessmen. How much? What would be the price on that pay-per-view if you had to guess?
On
I
who?
mean, a lot of it has to be dictated on what the purses are gonna be for the fighters. You know what I'm saying? That has to be one of the things. Like if fear, because you got four egos. You're talking about one person's ego. You got four egos in there. Who wants what? You got Fury. Wilder's gonna want some money. Usyk's kind of chilling. He like the box, but he wants to get paid too. You know what I'm saying? So that's really it's hard to judge. I'd say it have to be like $100. You know what I'm saying?
But the fight
At least,
tomorrow is
at
almost
least.
$100.
I
Tomorrow
know.
is
I'm
almost
talking about
100.
at the starting point is $100.
I'm seeing it as maybe 150, 200.
I mean, with inflation, what era we in now? You know what I'm saying? Like. It's
Because
gonna
you
be one of
look,
them classes
if they,
ass fights.
if they could pull it off, it's going to be something that you may never ever see in your life. To see those
Yeah,
Yeah,
four,
they say that about Floyd.
exactly.
No one's been able to emulate Floyd and Connor either. They charge
You're
the
right about
hundo.
that. Mm-hmm.
It's not like it's impossible. I mean, they
Yeah,
charged the
look,
hundo,
that
and
was very
Connor
successful.
didn't have
That was
no
very
boxing.
successful.
Yeah, it was very successful. That was star studded.
And the thing too, like Connor, he came off with a whole distillery. He got his own whiskey. You know what I'm saying? Like he's living nice. Floyd continue to do his thing, run around doing his thing. Like it can happen. You know what I'm saying? Lightning can strike twice. But the purses, it'd be a lot of money being shelled out. I'll just say that. But
but
a lot of people pay to be there though. You got to think about the people that were willing to pay to be there and just know that they was front row for something like that.
Earlier, Chaos said that Errol Spence was an introvert and Bud Crawford was an introvert, and cause of that, when it comes down to them selling the fight, it wouldn't do pretty much higher numbers than Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis. Do you believe that that has validity to it? Like
It does. It does
if the
until
fight is announced.
yeah. The thing that changes that is 'cause I always predicted it would do like 600,000 max. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? At the perfect storm. That's my number was like maximum 600,000. But if you can make that number go up once you announce it. And you've seen the kind of banter they had when it was behind the scenes at that Maurice
yeah.
Hooker fight. So it's
Mm-hmm.
already natural. You know what I'm saying? These dudes is not really introverts. I'll call them ambivert. You know what I'm saying? And in the right perspective, in the right situation, you can let your personality out. These are older cats. You know what I'm saying? I'm the same age as EJ. I don't be on social media all the time like that. I had my run when it was my time to have that run. You know what I'm saying? You got better things to do. But the young cats, they do that. That's what the young people do. You know what I'm saying? So once they get announced and you start to see them clash and talk, and then they're gonna revisit stuff, they got a lot of material to pull from. So it could go up. I mean, there's a possibility that they just don't get disrespectful because whatever. But if it's something like they had in that backstage, it's more to me. It's more entertaining than what Tank and Ryan doing.
Hopefully a miracle happen, man. Because
Just think about it. Think about how many views.
I thought it was a good point, though. I thought it was a
No,
solid point.
it is, because they are like that. They laid back, but you got to think about how many views that video got
Yeah, it did.
to
And
this day.
people
Still
still
clipping
playing.
it, still using it, still, you know what I'm saying, still material, because that's people salivating for something like that. You know what I'm saying? They seen the natural competitiveness. You know what I'm saying? Like, people didn't see Bud in that like kind of light. I think since him and Benavidez were squaring off. You know what I'm saying? He has modes. If you disrespectful to him, he's gonna be that way. You see how he treated Sean. He really didn't want to do Sean like that. He even told him. He's like,
Yeah.
bro, they using you as the scout team. You a pawn. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna have to do you.
Yeah, I'm about ready to pull the Jack Nicholson. You want the truth? You can't handle the truth. Let me ask you guys a question. Sugar Ray Leonard versus Tommy Hearns. Mega fight? Yes or no?
I would
You said
assume
Sugar Ray
so.
versus Tommy Hurd?
Correct.
Didn't they fight?
Yeah, I'm asking you, was it a mega fight?
Yeah,
Sugar Ray Leonard versus Marvin Hagler. Mega fight?
of course.
Okay. You're gonna understand where I'm getting at. When was the last time you saw a fight of that magnitude?
Ooh. I'm gonna go,
Do, do
man.
you get do you get the common denominator? I tell it to combat all
Yeah,
the time.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
What is the number one thing to make money in boxing? The race card.
yeah. Race
That's
car. You gotta have a Mexican and a black in there.
There you go. There you go. Now, my question is, when was the last mega fight between two African American fighters
I'll
not at
go.
heavyweight?
I'll go Mayweather Mosley.
That wasn't a mega fight.
I mean, it was something that people wanted to see.
It was something that people wanted to see because it was like, all right, we'll see it. You know what I'm
You know,
saying?
because Mosley was doing his thing at lightweight. You know what I'm saying? Floyd was doing his thing. I think it was a little too late. You
There
know
you
what I'm
go.
saying? But
You see, you just said it was a little too late.
yeah, it was a
I'm
little too late.
talking about mega fight.
So you don't give Danny Jacobs and
Oh,
Peter Quillen?
Quillen? He said Peter Quillen. I
Milk
heard he was trying to make
Chocolate
a
or whatever
comeback
his name,
recently.
Chocolate Quillen. You know what I'm saying? Chocolate
Yeah,
Quillen.
chocolate milk Quillen.
I'll
Oh
put it to you
man,
like
Peter
this.
Quillen.
Maybe if Floyd would have fought Zab, if Zab was undefeated, but we couldn't even get that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Once
Maybe
again,
Paul
you
Williams
have
and Floyd. Winky
I don't
Wright and
think Paul.
Floyd. There's some fights. There's some fights that could have happened.
Winky Wright wasn't a mega. He wasn't on that level. You know what I'm saying? Winky's a great fighter. He wasn't at that level. You know what I mean? It's hard. Listen, if you're a diehard boxing fan, you love that fight. You love
But
that fight.
look, you know what makes it a mega fight? The results of the fight. You know, everything's good on paper, but you gotta see how the fight went. That's what makes it even bigger than when the posters were put up.
Okay, listen to what you said. You said the results of the fight, right? The results, right? That
Yeah.
means that the end. You don't pay to see the end. You pay to see
True.
the beginning. You pay to see the
I know, but
beginning.
I'm looking at hindsight. Think about if Leonard and Hagler was uneventful, like a Manny and Floyd. You get what I'm saying on that note? Because it's a mega fight because of the names and because Floyd and Manny, but was it a mega fight?
No,
Literally,
that
was it a
money,
mega fight?
that money was made. That money was made from the beginning because we had Sugar Ray Leonard. You know what I'm saying? And you had Marvin Hagler. Even though Marvin Hagler was an introvert, he was able to turn that around. Somebody, just like you said it best. You got all these suits, and that's what people don't understand. You got a lot of suits in the background, just thinking, yo, how can we pull this shit off? They're like, yo, Marvin Hagler don't like to talk. He don't fucking like anybody. How we gonna do it? And
Oh
somebody
yeah,
got
yeah. They gotta get their what they call kayfabe together and get their storylines together and make it happen. You know what I'm saying?
there.
'Cause
There you go. And here we go. You have Spence Texas, you know what I'm saying? Introvert, you know, and as good as Bud is, listen, man, it's a bad fan base, man. And, you know, it is what it is. It's not like he's from Texas. He ain't from Cali. He ain't from Philly. He ain't from New York. There's a
I
mega
wouldn't
fan
call it a
base.
bad fan base. They show out for bro. They show him big love where he's
Okay,
from. I mean, you can't dictate where you was born and where you come out of. You know what I'm saying? Come out of. You know, if anything, he put Omaha on the map boxing wise. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you want to be the Jackie Robinson.
okay, it's understandable that they show out and sell out for him in Omaha. But the thing is, yo,
And in Vegas, they travel to Vegas too. You got to remember that when you fight in
how many?
Vegas, they there
Hold on. How many fights has he had in Vegas?
a couple.
He had some in MSG and he had some in Vegas. Let me look
And
it up right quick.
yeah, he's had like with him and Sean, they sold out. And
I, I
that's when they was
I don't
hoping that
think he
Sean
fought
beat
Sean in
hoping Sean
Vegas.
beat Bud.
I think he fought Sean in LA, didn't he? If I'm not mistaken.
Was
I'm
it was
about
it
to look it
LA?
up now though. I'm about to
I
Okay.
don't think I don't think
Okay, it
he's
might have been it could have been Staples. It could have been, crypto, whatever they call it now.
yeah,
It's possible.
crypto.com, whatever. So
look, sorry to say, and this is sad to say this, Spence makes more noise with the things he does outside the ring. He's,
Well, I'll
you
say
know,
this right now. Bud's never been more
fought
popular
Jeff
right now.
Horn in Vegas.
I see a lot of people that are Spence diehards making videos about Bud every day. Cause Spence really don't say nothing. Really don't do nothing. So then I guess we have to talk about something. They talking about the opposition every day. They talking about Bud every day. The man was in a movie, he in a game, he flying around the world. You know what I'm saying? His visibility's higher. Like Bud's never been bigger, honestly.
Hey, Bud fought Victor Postal in MGM, and um he fought Jeff Horn. I mean, not MGM Vegas, and he fought Jeff Horn in Vegas too.
He got some fights. He got some fights. I knew he had some fights in Vegas. Bud travels. He don't just fight in Texas. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I tell you right now, at Madison Square Garden, he showed out and sold out. You know what I'm saying? That's a fact because I was there. You know what I'm saying? Um, I just it's just a listen. If that fight was big money and an easy sell, they would have fought already. The reason why Pac and
But
Floyd
it's
didn't. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no the reason is besides the money, you gotta look at it. Who they got over there from PBC? You got that bring over money. You got three fighters. You got Wilder. You got Spence. You got Tank. You got three people. Wilder's money, drawing power is diminished since his fights with Fury. Tank, he's right where he needs to be. But if you have all them belts on your side and you see what Canelo did when he got planted, they gave him all that money and he ran off on the plug. You think they're gonna let Bud just go in there and demolish one of they stars and ride off in the sunset? Because that's one of the reasons why it fights. And I made it. You can talk about the big money. The money's there. Bud came to the table with 50. You know what I'm saying? That's more than they was going to offer on any occasion. Talking about back end money, people don't want to be paid in installments. Tell my job I want to be paid in installments. It's not going to happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, give me my whole check. So it's like you can't have Bud go over there and just upset what you got going on. You put too much equity in Earl for him to just go in there. It means they don't have faith that the man can do it. Because if it was the case, they would have got the belt immediately. When Jeff Horn had the belt, everybody was trying to fight him. People remember that.
Fact. He was a mark. Everybody wanted to tax that ass.
Earl didn't say nothing about no size of the street, no plan. It was he has a belt, I have a belt. Let's unify. That was his words. But as soon as Bud gets a belt, this and this and this and this and that. That seems like a lot of. And don't think about it. Those weren't his words at first. Somebody put that in his ear, like, "Hey, bro, you gotta say this. You gotta calm down on this dude's wrecking shit. We have to." And he's really about that life. He stays in the gym. He's really like that. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
the
So,
aerosexuals finna pop up in like 2 seconds. All the shit you been
man, I
saying, they
don't.
finna
Yeah,
they
but it's the
finna come
truth. They
out
don't because
jumping.
they hate the truth. It's just what really happened. This is verifiable. I'm not saying nothing that's an opinionated thought. I don't like to go about that way. It's things you can look up. Horn had the belt. He wanted to fight Horn. You know what I'm saying? Terrence get the belt. It's all these roadblocks, hoops and hurdles. Oh, I'm gonna fight these people. Al didn't say he was a part of the plan. They said it was EJ who did everything he said he was gonna do. No, he did everything Al Heyman said he was gonna do.
Yeah,
People get it mixed up.
you're exactly right on that because when they met up, right, when they had the infamous meetup, what did he
Exactly.
say? When he named all those names, Crawford asked him, "Oh, so he didn't mention my name?" He said, "No."
No, he didn't. You know what I'm saying? And he was happy about that. He didn't say it like, oh, he was bummed out that you ain't one of the person on the hit list. He was like, thank God you ain't on the hit list. What did Mikey Garcia do to get a fight with Earl Spence?
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Somewhat similar to what we're seeing right now with Gervonta.
True. Very true. Very true. I can say that. I can agree with that 100%. They wanted to boost a star in Texas. You got the Mexican Americans down there. They did a nice job promoting that. Jerry Jones bought a lot of tickets.
I agree with that also. Definitely agree with that. But now the question is, what do they do? What do they do? They're at a crossroads right now because they're gonna have to make a move. They're gonna either have to fight each other or take their chances with one of these young lions.
Well, the thing is, Earl's in a precarious position. He got a lot of lions at his heel, but he scared the lions off the grass. You know what I'm saying? You had Ortiz, young lion. You had Boots, young lion. You had Rocha, young lion. They ain't nowhere near. He's still in Pride Rock at the top. You know what I'm saying? They ran over on that side. They see a weaker lion over there. They know. These boxers know. They know how dedicated this man is. They look at Earl as the easy, you know what I'm saying, the easy money. They ain't looking at Bud as easy money. And the man's older, but just because you're older, he's in a different type of shape. Earl had these accidents. He has drinking problems. You know what I'm saying? These ain't opinions. These are things that happen that can put age on you.
That
like
old man strength ain't no joke either. That old man strength, like it's
Bud, they
you
say
know how
Bud
they say
is
when like young dudes get their man strength, but that
yeah,
old
it's
man
different.
strength that you
Yeah,
get,
it's different. It's
man.
different. Look at George Foreman. He was old punching on people.
That's
You know what I'm saying? And the thing too, Bud, like I remember Shakir did an interview maybe like 6 months ago. He was talking about Bud in there fucking up heavyweights and sparring. Like he's really, really strong like that. And I think that if they make this fight, PBC is cashing out Earl. That's really what it is, because the man ain't fought since last April. They cashing him out. Like, okay, fuck it. We're gonna get this out the way. We can build you back at 154. We can say that you was at the weight too long. It's exactly like what Bud said in the back situation. He said they're gonna say he was at the weight too long. He knows how it goes. If they make this fight, they cashing Earl out. Because there's no way, like, oh, this man been out the ring. But he put himself in that position by having all these mandatories fighting around him. Danny jumping from the WBO when he was supposed to be Terrence's mandatory, jumping over to WBC. You know, there's a lot of things that happen. Ugas get moved around. People forget about the things that led up to where we are now. Now he got Boots on his tail. He got Ortiz on his tail. He got Danny Jonas on his tail. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't just drop the belts. You can't fight Keith Thurman. You said you never fight that man. You can't take an easy touch because you said you don't do tune-up. You said these things. So now it's on you. Mm-hmm. So Bud really just got to sit back and be like, bro, what you about to do? You just going to have to fight me, bro. You just going to have to take an L and keep it moving.
I want to get y'all take on this, being that we're so close to tomorrow night. Give me your assessment on this right here. I mean, give me your assessment. Ryan looks like he's been through hell and back, dog.
Man,
that dude look weight drained like a motherfucker.
Yeah, he need a sandwich
on stage, wasn't he?
He need a sandwich.
This is after the weigh-in, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, he in a mood. He in a mood.
Yeah, he definitely do. He do look like he got a tan though. Like they tan him good to put some life back into him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, some nutrients from the rays or something like.
He's gonna build up real. You know, eat a steak or carbs. You know, get some carbs in him. You know, he'll be straight, dog. But he definitely put on a good poker face. Up
the rehydration clause is actually good because these fighters balloon up. I remember Suleiman was talking to Bill Haney about Devin Haney gained 24 pounds between the weigh-in.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm gonna keep it 100, man. That picture you just showed, man, it looked like they just finished a male porno, man. And Ryan got the worst of it. I guess he was in the receiving end.
God damn.
Yeah. They opened that sucker up real good.
That's crazy.
Man, he looks drained, you know. He looks like whatever. I
Man,
wasn't
he
thinking
looks
about
like he needs some
Gomel
food.
anything,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah, that was a whole different direction.
God damn, chaos.
Yo, check this out. The dude with the glasses told him, yo, you ever watch Training Day? Remember that part when he asked him, yo, you ever get your beep pushed in?
Yeah, I seen that, man.
Who was the other dude supposed to be? His brother or something?
No, he just called him his twin. You know what I'm
Oh, I
saying?
got you. I
His
got you.
twin or whatever. But you
No,
know,
he gonna
Ryan, them
rehydrate.
eyes.
He gonna be feeling. You know, they say that a lot of these fighters when they making weight, they not in a good mood. You know what I'm saying, to be
Oh,
interacting with
absolutely.
people.
Yeah, absolutely. They ain't in a good mood, man.
You know what I'm saying, that your brain is starting to eat itself a little bit.
Yeah.
He put on a good act though. You know, he wasn't looking like that on stage though.
At
No,
all.
yeah, yeah. He you know he did what he supposed to do. He took some acting cues from Jake. You know,
When you go
but I
out
mean,
there, I want you to hold it
hopefully he makes a
together.
good showing. I just want to make a good showing of himself. I ain't trying to see no. You know what I'm saying? The thing is, I think that Ryan could beat Barrios and Hector Garcia. So I'm like, he can't be too worse for wear. I mean, he'll be able to do something, but he ain't about to win. I ain't putting no money on that.
Yeah, I feel he could do something, but I think he's going to get stopped at least about the 6. I just don't see what else he's done or who he's done it to on his resume to equal that of Tank. I just can't
Right?
find nobody, nothing.
Yeah, no. The thing, and it's just intriguing. I just want to see what happens. That's one of the things that people is the main thing. You got the back and forth, but it's like I just want to see why Ryan took this fight. That's really what my mindset is. Why'd you take this fight? You didn't have to, because me, like I said, I think he a prospect. You're not really on nobody's radar to really do nothing. There's nobody really pushing you to the forefront of no type of real type of pressure or action. So it's like, why'd you take this fight?
I
You
think
got
he
money.
should
You got
have.
endorsements.
Yeah, he
You got
definitely got
money.
money.
You got
I think
money.
he should have went the Devin Haney route first because that's the one
Yeah.
he ducked
And the thing
first.
about it, they got history. They have more history than him and
Yeah,
Tank. Didn't they fight in Emmys
yeah, yeah.
a few times? So it's like, yeah, they gonna pull. That's why one of these days I'm gonna be a promoter, man. I got storylines for days. I could craft something up, make people buy it.
For sure.
I can make people buy some shit.
Cause that seemed like what it's about now, like storylines
Mm-hmm.
and shit, man. Like the shit that's happening with Rolly and T.O. the sparring, Ryan and Rolly the sparring. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And then
Tank
both
and
of them
Rolly.
possibly having belts at 140, and then Devin moving. I mean, it's just setting it. I feel like the stage is being
Yeah.
set, man.
Yep. They letting us know now what the future plans are. Just hopefully, the one thing that just upsets is when these people take a fight they shouldn't take. You know what I'm saying? Like, Joshua getting the replacement for Big Baby and Wilder fighting Tyson Fury when he didn't have to fight that man.
And what's crazy is I'm on Twitter. Almost everybody that said Ryan, what was out there defending Ryan and all that shit. All these people now saying both fighters look fine. Dude don't look weight drained. Everybody looks good. Suddenly everybody's relaxing a little bit now. Like, man, this shit is crazy, man. They
Yeah,
did Tank
I
dirty
think
these
a lot
past
of
few
it.
days, man.
I think a lot of it has to do with people ain't seen a lot of Ryan weigh-ins. So how do they know?
Right.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I
I'm
don't
gonna be
think there's a
honest.
whole
I
bunch
haven't
of
really
these.
been paying attention to none of his weigh-ins like that.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. That's why I don't
To
believe all
care
these
about how he,
Ryan
yeah.
fanatic type things. Like, oh man, like people is just, it's a Floyd effect. They want to see Tank in there lose to somebody because in my opinion, Tank's best win is still Pedraza. It still is. You know what I'm saying? That's his best win on his resume. So, Tank, after this, he got to do something. He got to move and shake too. That's cool to be running around thugging. I don't need the belt, this and this. But usually, who has the belt is a pretty good damn fighter. Usually, you know what I'm saying? So, you got these secondary belts. They call him a 3-weight champion. He's not a 3-weight champion because you ain't beat the dude that's at the top of the order. You can't tell me you're the top and I'm at the top of the food chain. I got the big belt.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I'm saying? Josh
It's gonna be
Taylor let it be
very,
known. He's like, I
very
got
intriguing.
the big belt. You gotta see me. And Tank didn't say nothing. When Josh Taylor called him out, he's like, I got the big belt. You got the baby belt. These ain't
The
even
truth
made out
be
of the same
told, they didn't think
material.
Josh Taylor. They didn't think Josh Taylor was what Ryan is to them this weekend.
Oh yeah,
They
most
moving
definitely.
full
Yeah,
force to
yeah,
build up
yeah,
their
yeah.
star power with the money. They getting the
Like
bag.
no, they
Josh
have,
Taylor is
and they
definitely
doing
not
it in
getting the bag.
Atlanta and Baltimore
Yeah,
and DC, and they getting some places popping with boxing again. Somebody gonna have to go out there to Atlantic City and get it popping again, like the old days. You know what I'm saying? Fighters used to
yeah,
fight in Memphis.
yeah. I went out there to a fight in
I
Memphis.
think
It was pretty damn good. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, I think Lennox Lewis fought in Memphis one time. One of these like historic champions did one time. I was like, I had to look back. I'm like, damn, they was fighting all over the place.
Isn't that where he fought Tyson?
I think so. I think it was in Memphis.
Dang. But fellas, I gotta call it for tomorrow. I'll be on here tomorrow,
Oh
man.
yes,
Hey,
sir.
I appreciate y'all dang reviving.
Nah, I
You know
appreciate
what I'm
y'all.
saying? The panel energy is this is only the second panel I've done in like I think 12 months.
Damn near.
Oh yeah, I'd be on the lives. I'd be watching on the playbacks if I can't catch the whole thing. But I had to jump on for the one time.
Yeah, I
For
appreciate you,
sure.
man. I'm gonna try to bump up the lives, man. Y'all hit some very good topics tonight. I ain't gonna lie. Like I was taking notes for real.
Word,
It's gonna be
word.
interesting come tomorrow night.
Oh,
Definitely
most
don't go
definitely,
far,
yeah.
blunts. Don't go far, blunts.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll be
Hey,
right here.
Blunt. Hey, Blunts. That announcement ain't happening, dog.
Hey, I don't think it is. I ain't tripping on it, but I will say,
No, hey, but no, hey,
Espinoza.
you had me
Hey,
for a minute. You had me in the first half. I was thinking like, damn, Blunts might be on to some shit. But I did some more research, and I was like, these things ain't lining up well
hey,
enough.
Espinoza didn't all the way rule it out, but you know what I'm saying. He didn't confirm it either. You know
I
what I'm
don't
saying.
like
So
Espinoza because he was never a part of no negotiations.
right,
Bud or
He,
Earl
he
never said
admitted
nothing
it though.
about.
yeah, he did admit it
He
multiple
admitted
times
that he's
actually.
not privy to certain
Yeah,
coverages.
I'm like
Sometimes I'm
you
in the back. Sometimes I only know what's going on based off the flow of
right.
paperwork.
That
That's
man,
what he was
he a
saying. Like,
politician, man. He talks like a governor. I'm like, this man just
yeah,
talking all type of word salad,
but
not saying
for
much of
sure.
nothing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, man, tomorrow's going down. Multiple fight cards. The Zone, Rakhimov, and Cordina in the UK. That's gonna be early, man. You know what I'm saying? And
Oh, that's gonna be a
for
decent little
sure at
fight.
nighttime. Yeah, oh man, that's gonna
I
be
mean, like
crazy,
this
man.
little
I
fight.
think that
Yeah.
card is nice. Yeah. But yeah, appreciate you, OG. You know what I'm saying? I'm holla at
Oh
you.
yeah, most
And yeah,
deaf,
one more
most
sleep,
deaf.
man. One more sleep.
Yeah, appreciate y'all for sure pulling up, man. We'll do it again. And yeah, look forward to tomorrow. Y'all already know, man. Turn up and tune in to World Combat Sports, man. I'm out.
All right,
Peace.
peace and love.